Hello and welcome to the Mobile App Development course Beginners Level here at Infinite Minds Academy. In this video, I will be giving you an overview of the course and how to navigate through the necessary software in order to create your made easy mobile application on your computer. The MIT App Inventor software will be used for this course, which is a free made easy application that allows you to make your own mobile apps using a block-based programming language. First off, we shall start by logging into the MIT App Inventor software. Make sure you have your computer with internet access so that we can connect to the software. Type in MIT App Inventor, and when it pops up, you can click here, which will direct you to the main page. At the top corner, click Create Apps. This will take you into signing in, and you can sign in with your email. In the meantime, I will be using mine to log in just for demonstration purposes. What we have next is a full screen of now the software on your web browser. You can click continue and you can click close. Here it's just an example of tutorials that you can get started with. But for now, I'm just going to show you how to navigate through the software itself. So this is the application. We have the display page, and here we have at the top projects, connect, build, settings, help. And when we want to start a new project, of course, you can either start new project, import, or export project once you've completed making your application. And also we can save our projects in case we need to use them later or edit them later. We go on and click Start New Project, and you type in your project name. I'll just call this for now Project 1. And click OK. Here we have the date created and the date modified. And a screen pops up that will display our application software. So for project 1, under the MIT App Inventor, we have Designer and we have Blocks. The Designer is where we select components and set properties for our components. And the Blocks tab is where we do the programming and the behavior of the software itself. We always start with the Designer. So click on Designer, and here we have under the palette User Interface. Under User Interface we have button, checkbox, date picker, image, a list of all the components that you can use in creating your software. We can click the layout, whether you want a horizontal arrangement on your screen, and here we have the Viewer tab, which shows basically a preview of your application. This is written here screen 1, which means this is the first screen that will pop up when you create your mobile application. We have media if you want to upload media onto your application. We have drawing and animation if you want to do that too. Maps, sensors, social storage, connectivity, and all these will go through in the next coming up videos. For this video, I'll be showing you the different tabs and the display of the software on your computer screen. So we have the palette, we have the viewer showing the preview of your screen. We have components. Whenever you pick a component, it will pop up here, and that just gives you a preview of the components on the software. And then we have setting properties, where you can edit your properties of the components. Under blocks, we have the different types of blocks, and here we have screen 1 and the display of all the components that will show up, where we can program the behavior of the software. By choosing any of these blocks, we will be able to program the behavior of our software. Right, thank you for watching this video. In the next one, I will show you an example of how to use the selecting of the components and setting properties in order to make your mobile app application. Hello, in the last video, I showed you how to register and log in to the MIT App Inventor software in your computer. I hope you also remember that we also explored the features found on the App Inventor in order to create your mobile app. In this video, we are going to learn how to link a mobile device to your computer and also how to install and link an emulator to your computer in order to have your mobile app running in real time while creating it at the same time. Firstly, we're just going to type MIT App Inventor and press search. Open the MIT App Inventor homepage. Go to Create Apps. And then wait for it to load. Do enter your email and password as necessary before logging into the MIT app software. And then we wait patiently for the page to load. Once our page has been loaded, here we have Project 1, and under Project 1 we can just click that and click Continue. And now we have our Project 1 displayed under the Designer tab. We have our viewer screen, and we go up to click on Connect, and here we have 3 options. One of them is the USB cable. We can use a USB cable to connect between mobile device, preferably an Android device, to your computer. Second option, we have the AI companion. For this is highly recommended and preferred because it connects your mobile device directly to the software on your computer. And we can do so by downloading the MIT AI2 companion app on your mobile device, which I'll show you shortly. After downloading on your mobile device, open the application on your mobile device and go back to the design page. Click Connect and click AI Companion once again, and this should pop up a QR scan code where you can scan from your mobile device or manually enter in the code to connect. Here we basically have a screen recording of your Android device. We download the software MIT AI2 companion, accept the terms, and click install. And we wait patiently for the app to download onto our mobile device. Right, once it's installed, we load the app and we have this home screen that shows how we can connect. We can connect with a code or scan with a QR code. And we can do this by clicking connect on our web browser, which I'll show you. So we go to our web browser, click connect, click AI companion, and from here is where we are going to connect our MIT AI2 companion app on our mobile device to our software, our web browser on our computer. Go to connect, click AI companion. And a QR code will pop up, and also a code in writing will pop up. You can choose either or to connect your mobile device to your computer. It says in the dialog box, launch the MIT AI2 companion on your device and then scan the barcode or type in the barcode to connect for live testing. So remember, this is to connect your mobile device to the software so that we can run our mobile app in real time whilst creating it. So you can choose to scan the QR code or the code that's written here. The code is RXPNJZ. RXPNJZ. This will be the code for connecting our mobile device to our computer for live testing. If you take too long to enter the code or the QR or scan the QR code, you will have to try again as there's a timeout. Please be aware of the timeout. Make sure your phone is already online on the app and ready to connect. If not, you may have to try and reconnect again. As so, failed to connect, try again. So let's try again. Click on connect. Click on connect. Click on AI companion. This will run as the QR scan code. Again, we have the QR scan code, or we can type in the code RMLZHE. That is RMLZHE, which we can type in our phones, or we can use our mobile device cameras to scan the code. Here we tapped scan QR code. We scan the QR code and it automatically types out the code and we've connected. This is the screen recording of a screenshot from the mobile device reflecting what is on our software on our web browser. As you can see, here on the app browser we have press me and we have the check button, which is exactly the same that is shown on the screenshot of our mobile device. Do verify and check that both screens are showing the same thing. We can also add labels if you want, and let's see if it reflects also on the mobile device. And there it is. The labels do show on our mobile device, which means the mobile device and the computer are now in sync, which is how we connect our emulator, our mobile device directly to the software on our web browser using the AI companion app. And basically that is it for this lesson. This is how we link our mobile device to our computers using the AI companion software. Let's try again by connecting our mobile device using the code. So we go back to projects and we click any of them. Let's click project B. We click project B and this is our project B. Now we want to link this to our mobile device using a code on our AI Companion app. So we click Connect, click AI Companion. We read what's there, launch the MIT app on your phone first, then scan the code or type in the code. In this case, we want to type in the code. And the code there is LUIIAY. This is the code we are going to type into our software. LUIIAY. This is the code we are going to type into our software, our application on our mobile device. And this is how we're going to do it. So once you've opened the app on your phone, type in the code LUIIAY and tap Connect with Code. And there we have it. It is a perfect reflection of the web browser, of our home page on our web browser. It has exactly copied everything that we've drawn on our web browser. Now we can try again by connecting with the QR code. So this is basically how it looks on our app web browser, and we've already seen that this is the same outcome in our mobile device when we connected using the code. We reset the connection, and let's do it again with the QR code. So we reset the connection, and we're going to click Connect. So we make sure to click Connect, and to reset the connection, click Reset, and then connect again, and we click AI Companion to connect it to our mobile device. We have the QR code, and we have the typing in code TAHPUO. Now on our device, we open the application and we tap on Scan QR Code, and this will scan the code and automatically connect. And now, as you can see, our display is showing the same reflection of the software of the home page on the web browser. This is the screenshot on the phone, and this as well is the screenshot on our web browser. As you can see, they are both in sync and they are both a reflection of each other. And that is basically all on how to link your mobile device to your computer using the AI Companion app. For more, there will be more detailed videos in the next video. As for this one, thank you and see you next time. Hi. In our previous video, we discussed linking a mobile device to our computer. In this video, we'll be linking an emulator to our computer. First of all, again, type MIT App Inventor and search. Click on MIT App Inventor and we go to the home page. We go on and click Create Apps. Linking with an emulator is the best option to replace a mobile device. Do enter your email address and your password. It is the best option if you prefer not to connect using your mobile device. It works just the same as a mobile device. Now the page has opened and we are going to click Continue. To get our emulator working, we are going to click on Connect and then click on Emulator. And we wait for it to load. An error message may pop up, and this is because we haven't installed the software yet. In order to do so, we need to launch the starter program on our computer, download it onto our computer, and then try again and connect with the emulator. So let's start by searching for the MIT App Inventor emulator download. This will take us to the download page. We click installing and running the emulator in AI2 MIT App Inventor. Click on that. And now a page has opened where it basically discusses how we are going to install the emulator. We follow the instructions given to us. We are currently on a Windows device, so let's scroll down and we will click for Windows device. So to use the emulator, you'll need to install some software on your computer and then follow the instructions on your operating system accordingly. So we follow step 1, which is to install the App Inventor for Windows. Click on that. This will direct us to the download page. Right-click on download the installer and save the link. This will automatically download it onto our computer. Save under downloads. We are saving the application file under downloads. Click save. Once it has downloaded, we can show the file in its file location. We can click on the download file, show in folder, and then double click on the download so that we can set it up. It may take a bit of time to install, but please be patient. Right, it says here, welcome to MIT App Inventor Tool Setup. We click next. We agree to the terms. And we select for anyone who uses the computer to have access to the software. Click next, and we can check the box so that we can have a desktop icon on our desktops for faster and easier access. And then make sure that the download file is downloaded into your C drive of your computer. We save the program shortcuts as MIT App Inventor Tools. Click next, and now we wait for the software to download. Again, do be patient. It may take some time to download. But in the meantime, hope you're caught up and you're following well. Nearly there. Just a few seconds. Just a little bit more left. If you still feel a little lost, you can always go back and rewind and pause whenever you need. Right, it is now done and dusted. We want to start up the AI starter tool now, so we check the box and we click finish. Once we've clicked finish, we now wait for the starter app to launch. This is the dialog box. We don't really need to pay too much attention to it. We can just minimize it. And then what we do, we go back to our MIT app inventor. And we try and connect to the emulator once again. Since the starter app has been launched already, we left the dialog box open and we go back to our design page and we click connect and click to connect to the emulator again. It usually takes some time, so we just have to be a little bit patient while it loads. And there we have our emulator. It acts the same way as a mobile device. And right now it is turning on and loading the software. In the dialog box, it says the emulator has started waiting 12 seconds, 11, 10 to ensure all is running. So just be a little bit patient. It will come. Now we are starting the companion app on the phone, making sure everything is running smoothly. So far, so good. Hope you're following. Right, so it's just like a mobile device. There we have the timestamp. We have just like a phone. This would be the main home screen. And we wait for it to load up the companion app. We can slide the unlock button across. This is to unlock the phone. We continue waiting. And as you can see, the MIT AI companion app is starting to load. If you get any pop-ups about the app not responding, you can force close and you can reload the app again. We have to make sure that the app is running smoothly so that we can develop our apps nice and smoothly as well. The MIT AI companion app is running up again. We've rebooted so that it can start again. It says here your companion app is out of date. Click OK to start the update and watch your emulator's screen because you'll be asked to approve the update. We click OK. So it has asked us to update the app first on our emulator. And it says here the update is now being installed on your device. Watch your device, the emulator screen, and approve the software installation when prompted. When the update finishes, choose Done. Don't click Open. Choose Done. Then go to the App Inventor in your browser, click Connect menu and choose Reset Connection, then reconnect the device. I hope you've understood that. So we need to install the software. After it's done, we click Done. Do not click Open. And then go to our web browser and reset the connection and reconnect the emulator. So let's do as told. Here it says the application you're installing will replace another application. All previous user data will be saved. Click OK and the installation process shall begin. Click Install on your emulator screen and we are installing. Again, we have to wait patiently because it's very vital that we have patience so that our app can work. But you'll notice that connecting to a mobile device is much faster than connecting to an emulator. So whichever you prefer, you can do. So the software is uploading and installing, upgrading basically on your emulator. It has to match the version of the software on your computer. We continue waiting, but so far so good. Hope you've managed to come this far. Be sure to play it back on any part that you're unsure of. Right, now the application has been installed. And remember, we do not click Open, we click Done. So we click Done. And basically we've upgraded our software. In the next video, I will show you part 2 of how to use the emulator in our software. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Mobile App Development course beginners level here at Infinite Minds Academy. In this video, I will be giving you an overview of the course and how to navigate through the necessary software in order to create your made easy mobile application on your computer. The MIT App Inventor software will be used for this course, which is a free made easy application that allows you to make your own mobile apps using a block-based programming language. First off, we shall start by logging into the MIT App Inventor software. Make sure you have your computer with internet access so that we can connect to the software. Type in MIT App Inventor
And when it pops up, you can click here, which will direct you to the main page. At the top corner, click Create Apps. This will take you into signing in, and you can sign in with your email. In the meantime, I will be using mine to log in just for demonstration purposes. What we have next is a full screen of now the software on your web browser. You can click Continue and you can click Close. Here it's just an example of tutorials that you can get started with. But for now, I'm just going to show you how to navigate through the software itself. So this is the application. We have the display page, and here we have at the top Projects, Connect, Build, Settings, Help. And when we want to start a new project, of course, you can either start new project, import, or export project once you've completed making your application. And also we can save our projects in case we need to use them later or edit them later. We go on and click Start New Project, and you type in your project name. I'll just call this for now Project 1. And click OK. Here we have the date created and the date modified. And a screen pops up that will display our application software. So for project 1, under the MIT App Inventor, we have Designer and we have Blocks. The Designer is where we select components and set properties for our components. And the Blocks tab is where we do the programming and the behavior of the software itself. We always start with the Designer. So click on Designer, and here we have under the palette User Interface. Under User Interface we have button, checkbox, date picker, image, a list of all the components that you can use in creating your software. We can click the layout, whether you want a horizontal arrangement on your screen, and here we have the Viewer tab, which shows basically a preview of your application. This is written here screen 1, which means this is the first screen that will pop up when you create your mobile application. We have media if you want to upload media onto your application. We have drawing and animation if you want to do that too. Maps, sensors, social storage, connectivity, and all these will go through in the next coming up videos. For this video, I'll be showing you the different tabs and the display of the software on your computer screen. So we have the palette, we have the viewer, showing the preview of your screen. We have components. Whenever you pick a component, it will pop up here, and that just gives you a preview of the components on the software. And then we have setting properties, where you can edit your properties of the components. Under blocks, we have the different types of blocks, and here we have screen 1 and the display of all the components that will show up, where we can program the behavior of the software. By choosing any of these blocks, we will be able to program the behavior of our software. Right, thank you for watching this video. In the next one, I will show you an example of how to use the selecting of the components and setting properties in order to make your mobile app application.
Hello,
I hope you remember in the last video we discussed on how to connect your mobile device and emulator to your computer in order to get you ready to start developing your mobile app. In this video, I will be giving you a tour on the App Inventor Designer tab. We can start by typing in MIT App Inventor, click OK, and we go to the main home page. We go to the top corner and click Create Apps. It may take time to load, but do be patient. Once you're here, we can just click Continue. And we go under Projects, click My Project. We have Project 1 here. Right, so at the top we have Start New Project, Move to Trash, View Trash. Log into Gallery and Publish to Gallery. Move to Trash is when we want to delete a project. We can click Project 1 for example, and then click Move to Trash. And it says here, are you really sure you want to move this project? Click OK, and it's gone now. To find the project, we go to View Trash, and we see that Project 1 is still there. We click on Project 1, and you can choose to restore it back or to completely delete it from your trash. For now, let's try and restore it and see if it actually goes back. Click Restore, and now your trash list is empty. We go back to My Projects, and we see that Project 1 has now been brought back. Alright, so let's click on Project 1 again, and let's take it back to the trash. And this time we want to completely delete Project 1 from our App Inventor. We go to View Trash, click on Project 1, check the box, and delete from trash. Click OK, and your trash list is now completely empty. We have nothing in our trash under our deleted projects, and we also have nothing under our projects, which means Project 1 is completely gone. To make a new project, we can start New Project, click on New Project, and we can call the project, let's say Project A. Make sure to leave no spaces. So I put project underscore A, OK. Once you've clicked OK, we can open our project A by double clicking. And now we have our project A on display. And firstly, we have the Designer tab that is on display. We can go to My Project. By clicking Project, we can start New Project, Import Project, Save Project, Export Project, depending on what you would like to do. Under MIT App Inventor, we have our Project A, and we have to remember that it is divided into two, Designer and as well as the Blocks tab. This is the Blocks tab on display, and this is the Designer tab on display. Under Designer, we have our Palette tab where we search for our components, Viewer tab where we view, we have a preview of how our mobile app is going to look like. We have our component tabs, which shows you the components you picked for your mobile app. If we scroll down, we have our media tab where you can upload any media from your computer into the application. And we have our properties where you can be able to modify and customize the components you have selected. We can align vertically. There's the app name. We have background color, background image, and many, many, many more. Theme as well, the title of your screen. As we scroll back up, you can see a better view of the Viewers tab. This shows the preview of how your mobile app is going to look like on your phone to give you a visual view of how it would turn out. We can change our phone size to a tablet size depending on what you'd prefer. We can have monitor size, which is much bigger in size. For now, let's leave it at the phone size. If you want as well, you can check the box display hidden components, in your viewer. That's up to you. You can check and uncheck. This will display any hidden components in your viewer if you check it. Also, you can change your screens. You can navigate between screens. We have screen 1, and you can add a screen as well. If you click add screen, give it a name, let's say screen 2, click OK. And now, as you can see, we have screen 1 and we have screen 2. And you can edit differently on each screen, which is like something like a different page. So screen 1 would be one page, screen 2 would be your next page. We have user interface under the palette where we can drag components. Here I'm dragging button for screen 1, and here in screen 2, let's add another component, a checkbox for example. This is just to show you the difference between the screens. Each screen can have its own component. Screen 1 has a button there, and screen 2 has a checkbox. And you can just edit it how you like. Back to screen 1. And under components, it shows you what is displayed, what components are displayed on whichever screen you picked. So for screen 2, we have the checkbox. For screen 1, we have the button. And these are the properties where you can edit out how you want your components to look like on your mobile app. Let's say, for example, we want to remove a screen that we want to remove at first. So let's click screen 2 and we go and click on remove screen, and it says here, warning, you are deleting a screen. This operation cannot be undone. Please type the name of the screen 2 into the box below to confirm that you really want to do this. Yes, we want to do it. So we type in there screen 2. And you can choose to create checkpoint before deleting or not. Delete, and it asks if you're sure to delete. Click OK. And know that all components will be deleted and all blocks relating to the components on the screen will be deleted. So more on the user interface, we have button, checkbox, date picker, image, label, list picker, list view, notifier, password text box. We have a slider, spinner, switch, text box, time picker, web viewer. This is under user interface under the palette. We can add components, like I said, by dragging the components onto the screen. We drag them. So here I've dragged the slider, I've dragged the switch. So after user interface, we have layout. Here we have horizontal arrangement, we have horizontal scroll arrangement, we have table arrangement, vertical scroll arrangement, which we will go further into in the next upcoming videos. We have here our slider, clicking on our slider again, and we can rename or delete the slider depending on what we want. Let's rename the slider to Apple, for example. Click OK. Notice it will change the name under the components tab, but not exactly on the screen because we don't have a label for it. We can also change switch to switch on. This will change the name of the switch, but it won't change any text on the screen. In order to change the text of the switch on the screen, we can do that under properties. Let's name our button 1, and we can call it blue button, for example. Click OK. That's the name of our button, but still it doesn't change anything on the screen. It just changes the name of the component. If you want as well, we can click on slider again, and I'm going to show you how to delete. When you click delete, it says deleting this component will delete all blocks associated with it in the blocks editor. Are you sure to delete? Yes, we are sure. We can click delete and notice that the slider has now been removed from the screen. And that's how you delete components and rename components on your designer. Under media, we have camcorder, camera, image picker, player, sound recorder, speech recognizer, text-to-speech, video player, and Yandex Translate. We can add by dragging the component onto the viewer, but notice when we add sound, it is a non-visible component, so it will not show on the viewer screen, on the phone screen. It will show on the components tab, and it will be listed down as a non-visible component. We have drawing and animation also under the palette. We have maps, marker, navigation, polygon, rectangle. We have sensors, accelerometer sensor, barcode scanner, barometer, clock, gyroscope sensor, hygrometer, light sensor, location sensor. All of these components you can add. It's endless. The options are endless that you can add into your mobile app. We have the social as well, contact picker, email picker, phone call, phone number picker, sharing, texting, Twitter. We will go more into detail on how to navigate and use these components and make our very own creating our very own mobile app. We have connectivity as well. There's Bluetooth, the web, Lego milestones, if you want to add sensors, motos. Like I said, the list is endless. We have experimental, where we can connect using the Firebase, DB, and lastly, we have extension. So this is basically all that is to do with the designer tab on App Inventor. We have our palette here, our view again that previews the screen. We have our components listed, our components that we've selected, and then we have their respective properties on the right hand side. So if you want to change, click on any component and you can go away and change the properties how you like. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next one. We will discuss more about the designer tab. Hello, I hope you remember on the last video we discussed how to connect your mobile device and emulator to your computer, as well as giving a tour around the App Inventor Designer tab. In this video, I will be showing you how to navigate through the Designer tab in order to select your components and set your properties. First, we type MIT App Inventor. Then we go to App Inventor, the web page, click on it. Once we're there, remember to go to Create Apps and click on it. It may take some time to load, but please be patient. Once the page is loaded, we can click on Start New Project. Let's name this one Project B and click OK. Right, we have our Project A and we have our Project B. Click on Project B, and now we have our Designer tab. At the top right corner, we have the Designer tab and the Blocks tab. The Designer tab is where we're going to be focusing on for this lesson. We have the Palette tab, the Viewer tab, where it shows our screen that we will be working on, and we can change the size of our mobile device, phone size, tablet size, monitor size, according to what you prefer. We'll stick to phone size for now. Moving on, we have components, where it will display the components we've picked. If you scroll down, you can see on the right hand side we have properties, and we also have the media tab. Now here where I'm clicking displays the screens of our mobile app. If we continue on, it's basically an overview of the Designer tab. We have the properties on the right hand side and the components on the left hand side. In order to click a component, we drag onto the screen. So for example, dragging button onto the screen, and it displays it there under Viewer. And under Components, it has shown that we have selected button. We can rename this button to any name we want. For example, here we can call it Red Button. Click OK, and now our button is called Red Button. This, however, does not change the button on the screen, but if you want, you can also delete the button. Deleting a component will also delete all blocks on the Blocks tab related to the component. And when you delete, it no longer shows on the screen, it no longer shows under components. We can bring it back again by dragging button back onto the screen, scrolling down, click on button and rename it again to red button. Click OK. And there we have it. We've named our component. Be sure to look under properties if you want to change any attributes of your component. For example, if we click font bold, that makes the text on the button in bold. Unselect it and the feature has gone. Click on it again and the text is bold again. Click on italics and the text is italic. We can also change the font size to any size we want. Let's try out 9.0. That makes the text really small. Let's try out 16.0. That's large text. Notice the difference as I am typing and the changes made on the screen to the button. We can change the handwriting to sans serif or serif according to what you prefer. Next, we have height and width. Under height and width, we can click and change the pixels to, let's say, or let's click fill parent. The difference on the screen is that it will fill the whole height of the screen. Click height again, or width, and let's see what happens when we click fill parent. It spreads the button across the width of the screen. Change it back to automatic, OK. Click height, and let's change the pixels. Let's start off with 30 pixels. Click OK. Not much difference. How about we put 100? Click OK. And yes, it stretches out the button to that height, 100 pixels. Width, let's do 200 and click OK. There we go. Notice the difference at how large the button has grown. We can click percentage as well. Say 50% for height, and as well as 50% for width. And this should take 50% of the phone's width, 50% of the phone screen's height. There you go, as we see it. That's half of the width and that's half of the height. And this has become the new size of the button. Let's change it back to automatic. Right, so if we continue to scroll down, we can change the shape as well of the button. Let's click on rounded. Notice how the button has changed. It's now a round shape at the corners. We can click on the button again and change the shape, and let's say oval. Notice again how the shape of the button has changed. Text for button 1 is an oval shape. Click on the button, and we can also change the text on the button itself. We have named the button, but we haven't changed the text on the button. To change the text on the button, we type it here. Can come up with anything. Let's try on. There, notice how the text on the button has changed. Let's change that and let's type press me. For the button. There we go. So it's changed once again. Click on it and we can move on and add more properties to it. We can align the text. We can have it center aligned. We can change the text color to red, for example. See the difference? The text is now red. We can change it again to black. And then maybe let's change the button color to red, since we called it a red button. There we go. So to change the component color, we go to background color. Right. So I've clicked the screen component, and if you look under the properties, these are properties to do with the screen. So we can align the components however we want. So I've aligned it here to the center horizontally, also left horizontally, right horizontally. It's up to you. We can leave it at center. Align it vertically. We can put it in the center again, at the top or at the bottom. It's up to you. We'll leave it at the center for now. There's the app name, Project B. Default background for the screen, so we can change the color of the screen as well. Any color. Blue, for example. Yellow. Pink. Even orange. Gray as well. Any color that you like. Magenta. We will leave it at yellow for now. I think yellow looks good. You can also insert a background image by uploading a file, which I will show you in the next coming up videos. You can scroll down, there are more properties that you can change. We can change the screen to a landscape screen. As you see in the viewer, it changes the phone to a landscape view. Depends on how you want your app to be displayed. Let's change it back to portrait. And there we have our button on our yellow background, and that is screen 1. We can change the theme of the screen as well. And we can also change the title of the screen. Let's call screen 1 home page, for example. Home page. Notice how the title of the screen has changed from screen 1 to home page. I hope you're getting the hang of it. So this is basically how you edit. We can add another component as well. How about we add a label? We drag it to the screen, and there it is above the button. Bold text, italics. We can change the font size as well. Let's increase it to 20. We can also change the text on the label, and let's name it red button. That'll be the label for the button. So putting a label will display the text on the screen. Text alignment, center. We can change the color of the text. Magenta, for example. We'll just leave it at black. Yes, I really hope you are getting a hang of it. If you need me to repeat, you can just play the video backwards, rewind, and recap. So more onto the palette, we've used the user interface. We have the layout. We also have media that we can insert. Clicking again on the button, and you can still see the properties on the side relating to the button. If you want to edit a certain component, just under the Components tab, click what you prefer to edit and modify accordingly. We can add a checkbox. Remember to drag your components onto the screen. For our checkbox, we've aligned it to the center of the screen. You can choose if you want to have your box checked or not checked. It is up to you. All these properties, you can pick however you want to set it out. For our text, let's type in "take me," and that's what we're labeling our checkbox, and we'll leave it checked. Yes. This is now our home page with our red button, our checkbox, our label, our screen 1 written as home page. Under About Screen, here you can type basically what the screen page that you're on is about. It won't be displayed on the screen, however, it's just to give a brief description. So here I typed home page for game app, just to give a description of what the screen is about. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video.
Hello and welcome back. I hope you remember in the previous lessons we basically went through the MIT App Inventor app and just took a navigation and tour around what the app was all about. We talked about the user interface, how to use the designer, and a brief overview about the Blocks tab. In this lesson, we'll dive in more to the designer tab and talk about layout arrangement. So first of all, we type in MIT App Inventor. We log into the app itself. Search. And remember, let's click here to take us to the home page. And then we move to the top where it says Create Apps. Make sure you put in your login details, you log in with your email. So here again, when it takes you to your main page, it shows
we click continue, and we go to projects over here, and we click projects, my projects. So remember, this is our home page where it basically shows an overview of the projects that we've done. These are the projects we've done from the previous lessons that we went through together. And now I'm going to show you how to make another project, and we're going to work more and explain more on the layout arrangement, on how to use the layout arrangement in your designer tab. So first, we can click on start new project. Let's call this one project _1 and click OK. There's our project 1, and we open it. Once we are here, we have our palette, we have our viewer, we have our components, we have our properties. Now here I'm going to show you how to upload an image using the app web browser, and we are going to make an example first. So let's drag 2 buttons here first, and another one here, and let's insert an image. So to insert image, we click here and we drag image, and we upload file. Choose file, choose your file from your computer, and then click OK. And wait for it while it uploads. And there we have our image. Right. So we've inserted our image here. We go to properties, and where it says picture, click the picture that you uploaded and press OK. As you can see, we now have our picture inserted into a viewer, and we can click scale picture to fit. We can change the height, and let's say fill parent of the height. This will fill the height of the whatever's left in the phone, as you can see there. And then if we click width and say fill parent as well, it'll fit the full width of the phone. It looks a bit unproportioned, so we can just put in our own values. For example, we go back to width, and let's say we want it to be, let's leave it at 100% of the width of the phone. So it'll still cover the width of the phone. Then for height, it's too long. Maybe let's say 50% of the height. Yes, that looks more reasonable. So there we have it. And then this is how we edit our properties for our components. So we've selected image, we've inserted a picture here, and we've changed the dimensions of the picture here. And also click visible to make sure that it is visible. Then we now change the text for our button. If we click on text for button 1 here on the screen on the viewer, it'll pop up here and show that we've selected button 1 under components. And let's edit this one as well. Let's name the button 1. We'll leave it as button 1, but on the text on the button, let's type here hide, and let's type hide, and we can align, can make it bold, set it however you want, and you can make it center aligned so that it's in the center of the button, the text. And then for this one, let us click for text for button, let's type in show and use the same settings we use for the hide button, so center aligned and as well as bold. Right. And we can also change the size of our button. Let's make them the same size, both buttons. So for button 1, we can change, we click hide, that's button 1, and we can change the height and the width of the button. Let's say here I want to make it 25%. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that's too wide. Let's leave it at automatic. But for the width, let's make it 25. Yeah. And then for the show button, that's button 2. Make sure it's button 2. Let's leave the height at automatic. Let's change the width as well to 25, just like we did for button 1. And look, both buttons are the same height and width. Right. Okay, now that we've arranged it this way, remember, as we develop our mobile apps, we can easily connect our mobile devices to our web browser so that we can see both screens working at the same time in real time, and this will give you a better view of how the app is being laid out on your mobile device. So as I'm doing this, you can connect your mobile device to the app web browser so that you can see how it has been reflected on your mobile device screen. If not, you can always connect to an emulator. I will not connect to my mobile device for demo purposes, just because I'm showing you how to do it. It takes some time to link, but you can do it as I'm teaching you. But we can try and maybe perhaps connect the emulator for this lesson. So remember, you go to connect, click connect, and you have your 3 options. Either you connect to USB, emulator, or AI companion. In this case, I'm using the emulator. AI companion, remember, is when you need to connect to your mobile device. So I click the emulator and it will start up. Okay, it says I should launch the starter program. Sorry about that. Make sure you launch the starter program if you want to use your emulator. So here, starter. AI starter app. Open it first. you cannot connect to your emulator unless you have run your starter app first. Here we go. This is our starter app. Just minimize, and then we go to connect again and click emulator, and let's wait. This is just to give a recap of how we connect to the emulator. And there we go. Here is our emulator. Since it will take a while, I'll just cancel the process. But again, this was just to remind you how to connect to the emulator on your computer. Launch your starter program first and then connect to the emulator. Anyways, as we move on, we're going to show you how to use the layout arrangement. So under palette, we have user interface. We go out to layout, and we have horizontal arrangement, horizontal scroll, table arrangement, vertical arrangement, and vertical scroll arrangement. Okay, so I want to show you how to use the horizontal arrangement. As you can see here on your viewer, it's very hard to align your components the way you want to. For example, if I want to put hide next to show in a horizontal arrangement, as you can see, what the viewer does, it just can only put it above each other, never side by side. And this is where our horizontal arrangement will now come into place. So we click the horizontal arrangement, we drag it, and we can bring it under the two buttons here. And what we do is we drag both buttons inside the horizontal arrangement so that it aligns them horizontally. So drag the hide inside, drag the show, and as you can see, now they're in the same line. And we can swap them around depending on which button you want to have on your left and which one you want to have on your right. So here's your hide and here's your show. And if you look under components, we have here screen 1. And if you expand screen 1, we have the horizontal arrangement. And as you can see, under the horizontal arrangement, we now have the two buttons there. And then thirdly, we have the image on its own. If you want to remove the buttons again out of the horizontal arrangement, click on the show button, take it out, and the hide one and take it out, and you can see that they're no longer under the horizontal arrangement. They're independent of each other. If we put the show back inside, can you see that the button 2, which is the show button, is now under the horizontal arrangement? And if we take it out, that takes it out of the horizontal arrangement. So that's how it works. So let's put both buttons back inside, like so, and we have our hide and we have our show. And that's basically how we horizontally align our components. So here we can click on the horizontal arrangement. We can even center align it across the screen. So if we want to align it horizontally to the center, we can do so. We can do vertically on the center as well, depending on how you want to arrange it. Left side and the top. And here inside, we can also enlarge the buttons as well so that they're quite big. We can change the width again and the height again like how we did before, or we can change the width and the height of the horizontal arrangement as well. It's set to automatic because it just aligns to what is inside the arrangement. But let's say we put 100, we click OK, and we also click, well, for height we can just leave it, but can you see that the horizontal arrangement stretches across the entire screen in terms of width-wise, which we said is 100%. So inside, we can also stretch the width of our buttons. Let's put it at 40% for the show button. See, it's a bit bigger. And then the hide one as well, which is button 1. Let's put the width at 40% as well. And this is how you can just basically play around with your buttons. Yes, and that is how we work on our horizontal arrangement. If you want to push the buttons to the center, we can just go on to horizontal arrangement and click widthwise and say fill parent. And yes, if you want to push them to the center, you just change the second button, for example, change the width to 50%. It stretches along there. Button 1, we change to 50% as well, and OK. And this is how we do our horizontal arrangement. And remember, you can go back, change the settings, change the background color. You don't need to have you don't need the background to be white always. You can always change to whatever color you want, the size, the alignment, everything. And this is how you do your horizontal arrangement. In the next video, I will show you how to work on your vertical arrangement in terms of layout on your viewer screen. And if we pull up our emulator, you can see that here it shows what is shown on the viewer. The hide and show are horizontally arranged. Again, remember, we can take out the buttons out of the arrangement, and if we do so on our emulator, it will load up, and now it shows them vertically arranged, which was what was by default before we put in the horizontal arrangement layout. And there we go. And we can put it back inside the horizontal arrangement again, hide and show, and this is how it'll pop up on our emulator screen as well as our mobile device if we connect to the mobile device. It may take a while to load on the emulator, but I've basically shown you already how it will come out. There we go. We have the hide and show in horizontal arrangement. So thank you for watching this video. We'll see you in the next one, where we will be discussing the vertical arrangement of components in your viewer and emulator and mobile device. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we discussed horizontal arrangement layout for our mobile app development. In this video, I will be showing you how you can vertically arrange your components for your mobile app. So first of all, we open our web browser and we type in MIT App Inventor and search. And then we go to our home page. And remember, we always click Create Apps here at the top left corner. And this will take us directly to the page where we can sign in using our email. Once you've signed in, we can click Continue. And let's start a new project and call this project 2 and click OK. Now we have a clean screen again and we can start creating our mobile app. So let's use the same example we used for the horizontal arrangement. We can start by picking our components. So we first had the 2 buttons, text for 1 button, text for 2 button, and then we edit our buttons. So remember, under components we have button 1, button 2. So select on button 1, and under button 1 let's change the text to hide again, just like the previous video. Put the font in bold, and let's do the same for button 2. We change the text here to show, and we have it in bold as well. Right, and then next we drag our image, place it under the buttons, and we upload our media. Remember, to upload media, we drag our image to the screen, go down to where it says media, upload file, and then choose the file from your computer. This will open a dialog box where you can select the picture that you want to upload. And go to where you saved your pictures, click open, and there it is. There's the name of the picture that you picked, and press OK. Once you've seen it's uploaded here, under image, which is under components, select image, choose your picture, and there you'll find the picture that you uploaded, and press OK. And there we have our picture on the screen. But as you can see, the picture is way too large for the screen, so we can arrange the height and width of the picture so that it fits the screen. So we click on height. You can click fill parent, for example. And that fits the whole height of the screen, which is what we don't want. So let's click automatic and see what that does. Okay. Let's make it a bit smaller. Let's just change it to how you want. Say 50%. Let's see how that looks like. Still takes much of the space. Let's put 10. It's a bit too small. But let's try the width as well. Set it as 10. Let's see how it looks. There we go. Which is still a bit tiny. scale picture to fit. Remember to select this. Make sure the box is checked here. And let's change it again to height of 50% and width of 50%. Let's see how that looks. Let's increase the width a bit more. Let's stretch it along the screen 100%. There we go. This looks much better. Right. Now for our buttons, we now go to, once we're done with picking our components, we click on layout down here and we pick vertical arrangement. Drag this, and we can even, let's put it under the picture. The blue line indicates where you want to place it. So I'll click here, and it has placed a vertical arrangement under the picture. And now, in order to make the vertical arrangement effective on the buttons, we drag the buttons into the box of the vertical arrangement. Make sure you actually fit it in there. And then and you can always arrange it how you want, whether you want height to be on top or show to be on top. It is up to you. Once that is done, we can even now go to our properties and set our arrangement how we want to. We have our show and we have our hide button. If you click your hide button, make sure that you've selected the right component, and you can change, let's say this time you want to change the font size to 20.0. And then for the show button, you want to do the same, 20.0. And let's put them both in italics. Italics here and italics there. And we can still change, let's change the shape of our buttons. We can do oval for hide, and we can do oval as well for show. And if you see, there's a difference there in terms of the shape. If you want as well, we can change the color of the text if you want. And we can change the color of the button itself. Let's change it to red for both of them. So you click show, and then make sure you selected button 2, which is the show button. Click background color and change it to red as well. And with this, you can even still change the size of the buttons. So let's say for the hide one, let's change the width to 50%. Let's see how that looks. Which kind of cuts out the arrangement here. We don't want that because we want to see clearly what the button says. How about if we change it to 10? Shows the button, but the text is out of the picture. Let's change it to automatic. That puts it back. And then we can change the vertical arrangement. We can change the size as well. See what happens if you feel parent. it'll completely cover the rest of the screen, and the width as well. If you click fill parent, it'll completely cover the width of the screen. The height will cover the height of the screen, the width will cover the width. And then, as you can see, because it is vertical arrangement, it will never horizontally align as long as the two buttons are inside the vertical arrangement layout. It will always remain vertically arranged. So please be mindful of that. If you want to change them so that they're horizontally aligned, that's when you use the horizontal arrangement. And this is how we have our hide and show button. We can change the width. You can always play around, play around, play around, play around. The show button, we can change the width to also 50%. See, they're now the same size. Change it to 25 if you want, and do the same for button 1. 25. And there are other properties that you can change as well. The text color, for example, say you want the text to be white, there's hide in white. You can also put show in white as well. And this is how you can set your components to be vertically arranged. And you can connect your emulator, and you can connect your mobile device to see if it reflects the same screen on your device as well. And remember, we can align the two buttons however we want on the screen. So like, for example, we click on the vertical arrangement, we can align them to be aligned horizontally to the center or to the right. As you can see, it goes to the right. If we click center, it'll go horizontally to the center. If we click left, it'll go horizontally to the left. We can also vertically align it to be at the top or the center. Click center, it goes to the center of the arrangement of the block. We can click bottom, it'll go to the bottom of the block. And let's align them vertically center and horizontally center, and it pushes it to the middle. And there we have our hide and show buttons. And we can always remember, properties is endless. We can change the background color to whatever we want, whether we want no color, yellow, anything we want. Black, let's leave it as white, none, just so that it looks well aligned with the picture. And this is how we can arrange our components vertically, and we can always move it about the screen, whether you want the image to be at the bottom, the buttons to be at the bottom, or within the middle. Doing this puts the picture inside the vertical arrangement. And here under components, we can see that the image is under the vertical arrangement. And we can take it out if we want by removing the image out of the vertical arrangement. That brings it back out. And this is how we can play around really with our arrangements. As for horizontal scroll arrangement, vertical scroll arrangement, that is usually useful when we have more components that we can't really fit onto one screen. That's when we can use the vertical scroll arrangement and the horizontal scroll arrangement. And the table arrangement is to create an arrangement just like the table. So it's up to you to play with how you want your components to be set out. It's up to you to do it how best you want it according to your preference. But yeah, this is basically an overview of how to use the vertical arrangement as well. Do rewind, go back and check if you're not sure about anything, and pause, try it for yourself, and connect your mobile device, see if it works and reflects the same on your screen. I have not shown the links to the emulator and the mobile device in this demo video just for demonstration purposes, but best believe if you're doing it correctly, it will reflect the same way it is shown on your viewer. And that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching this video. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we'll be discussing more on the block editors tab where we have the different types of blocks. For this video, we'll be concentrating on the control blocks. So first we go into our web browser and we search MIT App Inventor, search, and again we go to our home page and we click on Create Apps. This will bring us to our designer screen where we are going to be more focused on the blocks. So we go to our right hand side. We are on designer right now, but we are going for the blocks. And here under the blocks, we have control. The built-in blocks has control, logic, math, text, lists, dictionaries, colors, variables, and procedures. And these are basically a breakdown of the different blocks you can find on the MIT App Inventor app. And then as well, under blocks, we still have the screens that we've placed in our mobile app and their components. So we have the built-in blocks, we have the screen, and we have their components. And you can see that each thing we click on has its own specific block-based program for the programming of our mobile app. Control blocks are usually around this color goldish yellow, logic green, math blue, text pink, list light blue, dictionaries dark blue, colors gray, variables orange, procedures purple. And then for our components, they also have their respective blocks as well. And I will be showing you how to use them as we go. So we are more concentrated on the control blocks, and under control blocks we have the different types which I will evaluate, which I will break down for you. We will very well see that all of these blocks need to work with each other together in order to make the program work. So first block we have here is the if block. This is to do with the if function. If something happens, then something should be done. So for example, if we go back to our designer tab, sorry about that. As I was saying, if we go to our designer tab, and let's say we have a button here, we can remove this switch. Let's delete components. I'm sure you remember how to delete components. In case you didn't, we select the component we want to delete. In this case, the switch here. We scroll down, make sure it's selected, and we click delete. And deleting this component will delete all blocks associated in the blocks editor. So once you delete a component, all the blocks related to it will be deleted as well. and if you're sure you want to delete, click delete. So here I've selected a button here. Right, now that we've put the button, we can go back to blocks and we can click the button here, and we can use any of these functions here. So we can drag this out and say when the blue button, which is what we've named our button, that's why it's called blue button here. So we can function it in a way that says when blue button does something, then we can have a function where it says if. We can use the if condition here. So let's use another component. For example, let's add a text box there, and we go back. So in the case where we want to say when the blue button does a certain function, then the outcome should be this. When a blue button wants to do another function, then it should be this. This is where the if function comes in handy. And we can go back to the designer. We have our text box there. Go back to blocks, and for our text box, we have more blocks that we can use. This kind of a block is a get block, and this is a set block. Now a get block you usually use when you want to get a certain, function, and then the block box is when the set box is what we would set our value to once we've gotten that value. Right, so in order to use this, let's say we want to make use of the if function. So we can say when the blue button is clicked and the text box is maybe set to equal to 1, for example. So we use the logic to find the equal sign, go into text box and say, let's say when, so far we have when blue button is clicked, if text box 1 is, let's say, equal to 1, we go to math because that's where we can find the number 1. So for value, we click a block like this one, fit that in there and say, not 1, let's say if the text box is equal to 0, then we can have a message pop up, right? Let's throw this in the trash. To have a message pop up, we can go back to designer and we can use a notifier. A notifier is used when you want to convey a message to the user, and it's a non-visible component. So as long as we have our notifier there under components, we can go back to blocks and we find the notifier here. So let's say we want to make a function that provides for when the blue button is clicked. When the blue button is clicked and the text box is equal to 0, then let's have a notifier that will say that you've typed in 0. So we will go to notifier, and to convey a message, we go to this one that says show message dialog, and we can fit that in there. And let's say the message we want to type out there is, and to type out a message, it's text. So we click on text there. Drag this out, put it there, and we can have the message say, have typed 0. And we can also put the title of what we want the notifier to be. We click text again, drag out the message, and we can call it numbers. That's what the title of the dialog box will be. And then what do we want the button text to say? Once it pops up and says you've typed 0, we can put cancel, or we can put OK to confirm, or we can put the word confirm. So now what this basically means is that, just to explain again, we are saying when the button is clicked, if the text box has the number 0, then the notifiers should pop up a message that will say you have typed 0. And the title of the notifier, the message box, would be numbers. And the button text, which you will click, will say the text here, confirm. This is what's going to happen once you click the blue button. Then another thing we can use, another block we can use under control is if. So we have if, then we have if else, right? And we can change that by clicking settings here if we want to add another condition. You can easily do that. So we have the if, then we have else if. So you can click else if you want. You can click else if, and you can drag that out if you want. And this will create if else if. If you want to drag again and add another one, you're free to do so. And you can see as I do this, it adds onto the actual viewer. If you want to remove it, you can take it back. But for now, let's have the two conditions. We have the if type 0, it will type out you have typed 0, and we can have else if. And for else if, we do the same thing again. Let's say the text box is set to, let's say the text box gets a value of, so we click on text box again. So we click on text box again, and we can choose what we want once again. Or if you want to copy it, we can leave this there, right click, and we say duplicate. That creates the same thing that we wanted, and we drop it, we insert it here. Oh yes, before we insert it, we have to put in the logic that we want. Let's say we want it this time to equal to, so we drag this out, equal to, fit this in here, and let's say this time we want it to equal to a value of, let's say 10. Fit that in here, and we type the number 10, and we want the notifier to pop up a message again. We just duplicate, right click, duplicate, insert that here, and then change whatever necessary to fit, and say here you have typed 10. Call it numbers, and the button text will be confirmed. And this is how we use the if and if else function under the control block. And we can expand this. We have if then else, if then else if, meaning that we can put as many conditions as we want as we go. And this is how we use the if function under control blocks. And this is how we use the if function for control blocks. In the next video, I'll be showing you how to use the other control blocks. For example, here we've already completed if. We have the for loop that we're going to look at. We have the while loop, if else again, the do loop, and many more. Thank you for watching this video. We'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lesson, we were discussing control blocks under the Block Editors tab on your MIT App Inventor. In this video, I'm going to show you more under the control blocks, discussing the for loop function. So first of all, again, we go onto our web browser and we search for MIT App Inventor as we want to log in to our home page. We click search, and this will directly take us to the home page, where we click always on the top left corner, create apps, and we sign in and log into our MIT App Inventor. And we have our projects displayed here. We click continue. And under our viewer, we still have, just like the previous lesson, our button here and our label here. If we go to the blocks, just to recap what the if-else function would do, we used the if function in the previous lesson, where we know that the if function is used when we want output conditions to come out depending on whatever condition is presented on the screen. So for example, here in our designer, we have our text button and we have our label. So here under blocks, what this basically explained is that we said here, when the button is clicked, this first function should happen. If this doesn't happen, then we can move on to the next function. If this doesn't work, then there's the next function, and then there's the next function and the next after that. So we have different conditions, and depending on what condition is presented, there will be an outcome for it. So in this case, when the blue button is clicked and the text box has the value 0, a notifier should pop up and say, convey the message that you have typed 0. And this is the title of the dialog box, and this is the button text. However, if 0 has not been input into the text box, then this condition is not set out, which means our app will be programmed to move on to the next condition and see if it's the one available at the present moment. So if 0 is not typed there, then the program automatically excludes having the notifier convey the message you've typed 0. Instead, it'll look for what is there at the present moment. If it is 10 instead, then which means the notifier will notify the user that you have typed 10. If not, we can add another if-else function, and it continues like that, and so on and so forth. If it does not have 0 and if it does not have 10, we can change the settings to add a condition we can give if we don't find any of the two values, just like so. So we add the else, and we can, remember, we right click if we want to duplicate the same block, duplicate, and whichever block you click, it will click and duplicate the block and whatever came after it. So in this case, because we right click the notifier, also the text box will pop up, and we put this here, and this would mean that if we don't have 0 and also if we don't have 10, then you have typed, let's say, nothing. And this is what we've set out our program our behavior of our app to be. Now, this is just as far as the if function goes. We are done with recapping the if function, and make sure that you are sure of deleting everything. It will ask to confirm. Once you've deleted, you've cleared everything. And now let's move on to the other control block. It says here it appears that screen 1 has all the blocks removed. Are you sure to save the empty screen? Yes, we're sure, because now we're moving on to the for function. Right. So we use the for loop when we want to implement a function repeatedly. Here it says the for loop runs the block in the do section for each numeric value in the range from start to end, stepping the value each time using the given variable name to refer to the current value. What this means is we have each number from 1 to 5 by 1. By 1 means that it will increase by 1 value up to 5 from 1. So which means if we're starting from 1 and we're going to 5, which means we're increasing by a value of 1 till we get to 5. So we start with 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. If we put here, let's say 1 to 10, and we say by 2, that means we're saying that from number 1 to 10, we increase the value by 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 until we reach. So if we start from 1, then it will be 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 2, 7 until we reach 10. So let's leave the values back as 1 here and here as 5. So like I said, this would mean from 1 to 5, we increase the value by 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so before we use the for loop, we need to see where we want this to come from. So we are going to use when the blue button is clicked. Do for each number that pops up going from 1 to 5, we want the notifier to notify the user what number has been picked. So we click notifier here, and we go to show message dialog. That's the one we used in the previous video. We bring it back up and we put it there by do. So we want to make sure here that whatever number is chosen for the for loop, the notifier should pop that same message up. So we go to number and we say get number. We drag this one out, and this will be the message for the notifier. And we can duplicate it again and duplicate it again, and we're going to place it here and here. So what this means is when the button is clicked, for each number that comes from 1 to 5, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the notifier should let the user know the number that has been chosen in the for loop. So if it's 1 here, the notifier will show number 1. If it's 2, the notifier will show number 2. If it's 3, the notifier will show number 3. If it's 4, the notifier will show it's number 4. If it's 5, the notifier will show that it's number 5. So that is how we basically use the for loop for numbers. And remember, I'm just showing you what the control blocks are all about. In the next few videos, we will see this put into action. But for now, it's just to show you a breakdown of how we can function and join and use these blocks in order to program the behavior of our software app. And this is basically all for how we can use the for loop discussing numbers. So we can delete this and we move on to the next one. Click delete. So under the next control block, we have the for loop for items. Save the empty screen. For loop for items. So again, we can use the blue button and say when the blue button is clicked for each item in a list. So we need a list in this case. Let's go to variables and let's make a list. We can call this list numbers. So we are initializing a list called numbers and we want to make a list. And let's say we want to now create a list with any number of items. So we go to text, insert here. So it's a numbers list and we start with, let's say 0. Then we want to continue making the list. We can duplicate for as much as we need, make the list as long as you want, put in how many items you want to put. Let's say we want to put 5. When we click the settings icon, we are basically saying, when we click it, we can set out how we want to format our block. So this list here, I'm making it have 5 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then let's make our list of 5. Drag that here, duplicate, and duplicate again once more. So we have our list and we have 0, then we have 1, then we have 2, then we have 3, then we have 4. So this is our list. So we say here, we go back here and we say when the blue button is clicked for each item in the list. Now the list that we want to add here, we're talking about this list. So we drag this to show that we are talking about this list right here. And then we want our notifier to notify the user on the numbers we've picked from the list. So we go to the notifier, click notifier, we click notifier and we want a message dialog again, insert that here, and we want the message to be that whatever number we've chosen when the button is clicked, that's the same number that should pop up in the notifier. And to do that, we say, we click item here, we go to item and we say get item, put that there, we duplicate it so that it fits in for the title, and we duplicate it again so that it fits in there. So what this will do is the notifier will now notify the user the numbers in the list. So first it will, because we click get item here, it will pick one of the items from the list, and the first one is 0. So that's what the notifier will pop up first. And then after some time, it will pop up the next one on the list, which is 1. And after some time 2, after some time 3, after some time 4. And this is how we use the for loop for items in a list. And so this for loop is usually used when we want to make more advanced mobile apps. And that is basically it on the for loop for items. So we can delete that, take it to the bin, delete, and we can delete also the list, and we move on to the next control block. Save empty screen. Hello and welcome back. We are to continue on the control blocks. We've previously discussed the control blocks and the if-else blocks and the for blocks. We are going to continue on that, so let's get started. And keep it simple by going back to control and save empty screen. And let's try maybe this one, open another screen, screen name. And remember, we always need to have a component that we are using the blocks on. So let's bring this back out again and join them together. So for this one, we are aware that we can make as many screens as we want on our mobile app. So for this function, it says here, when the button is clicked, open another screen. So let's make a couple of screens here. Click, we go to add screen here, and we can make a screen 2. We can add another screen if we want, and call it screen 3. So here we have screen 1, we have screen 2, and we have screen 3. So on screen 1, we want to make sure we can remove this label for now. This text box, we delete. Remember how we delete? We go to components, click the component that you want to delete, press delete, and then we have our remaining components there. So let's say we want to program the app so that when we click the button here, it will take us to any of these other screens. So what we do is we go to blocks, and here we say when the button is clicked, open another screen name. To put in the screen name, we go to text, we click the box where we can type in the text of what we want to put in, join it there, and the screen name that we want to open is, let's say, screen 2, and we have to type it the same way it's written here. Make sure that you typed it the same way. Screen 2 here is typed with a capital S and a 2 at the end, no space in between, and that's how we do it. And make sure you type it correctly, because if you don't, it won't direct it to the screen that you want it to be. And you can always change the name of your screen anyways. So let's say you want to add another screen. Instead of screen 4, let's call it home page. And let's say the screen that we want to jump to when the button is clicked is the home page. So we go back to blocks, we have screen 1. These are the control blocks we have under screen 1, and we say when the blue button is clicked under screen 1, open another screen and let the screen name that you want to open be the home page. Make sure you spelled it the same way you typed it in there, and once you've done this, this will work now. Once you've tapped your viewer, once you've connected your emulator or your mobile device, if you tap the button, it will directly take you to the home page. So always be aware of that, and you can always double check by linking your mobile device and your emulator to see that if it actually works. The next we have, again, open another screen, but this time with the screen name and a start value. So for example, if we go back to designer and let's say we bring 3 buttons. Let's name the first one here level 1, and the second button we can call it level 2, and the third button we can call level 3. We're just giving an example, right? So this is under screen 1, and we can use this block, open screen with start value, where like, okay, let's remove this first so that we don't confuse each other, and click the blue button. This blue button is the level 1 button. Okay, just to not confuse you, let me also name the buttons the same as their text. So for level 1, let's rename the button here to level 1 so that it's easier to follow. We rename button 2 here to level 2. We rename this one as well to level 3. I think it's easier to do this way because sometimes the text on the button is not the same as the name on the button. So in this case, I've named the button level 1 and the text on the button level 1. So if we go to blocks and we say when the level 1 button is clicked, we want to open another screen with start value, and this screen name that we want to jump to once level 1 is clicked, let's call the screen name, let's move it to the home page screen name. And the start value, meaning we want the value, we want once we click the button, it will start away with what is needed. So if we click level 1, it should go to home page and level 1 should start. So we click text again and we call it level 1. This means that when you click level 1, it will go to the home page screen and level 1 is the start value. And then let's say we click level 2, the level 2 button, and we want to open a screen name and have another start value again. So we fit that in there and we duplicate it. And we duplicate level 1 again, except we change this now to level 2. Okay, so what this means is, again, when the level 1 button is clicked, it will take us to the home page and the start value that will activate is level 1. Here we are saying when level 2 is clicked, we go to home page and what will be activated is the start value of level 2. And so on and so forth. We can do the same for level 3. We go to control. First we click the level 3 button and we say when level 3 is clicked, Then we go to control and we want to open with the start value, bring that here again, and we want to right click, duplicate. It should go to home page, and the start value we duplicate for level 3, it should be level 3. And this is how we want to do it, so that when we go onto the home page, right, it will take us to whatever start value is programmed. So if we click level 1, it will take us to home page and level 1 will be activated. If we click level 2, it will take us to home page and level 2 will be activated, and so on and so forth. And so to activate on the home page, what we can do is we go to variables and we say we want to initialize. We want to initialize the get start value. Right, and we use the if function on the home page, which is what we've already done. Bring the if here, and then use the math because we want the equal sign. And what we're saying is if the global name has a start value of the text level 1, then level 1 will be activated. That means in the game that if we click level 1, like I said, level 1 will be activated on the home page, and we do the same for level 2, level 3, level 4, and so on and so forth. So we can delete that, delete, screen 1, and this, yeah, this basically shows more on, save the empty screen, more on what the control blocks can do in our mobile app development. Right, so more under the control, we have close screen. This we can put when we want to close a certain screen. Say we want to close screen 1 or screen 2. We can add, yeah, if we put close screen here, it'll close the screen 1. Then close application would obviously mean we want to close the mobile app altogether. So yes, I think this is basically the essentials that you need to know under control blocks for your mobile app development. And in the next lesson, we will discuss logic and maths and the other built-in blocks in order that we need in order to create our mobile apps. Thank you very much, and see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to continue on the blocks editors tab, and we're going to focus more on the logic blocks and the math blocks. So we start by searching for our MIT app inventor, enter, and we go to the home page as usual, and to the top left corner we click create apps, and we now wait for it to load. Don't forget to log in with your details, your email and your password. And this will direct you to your project's page. Once we're here, we click continue, and let's start a new project. So we go to projects here, click project, start new project, and we can call this one project X. Click OK. And now we have a clean new fresh page. Now remember, you can always link your mobile device and the emulator to your web browser so that you can see the app working in real time between both the mobile device and the app web browser. But for demonstration purposes, I'll just show you the work done just on the app web browser. It's up to you to connect to your mobile device and your emulator to see that it works out. So we are here on our designer tab. Let's go on to the blocks. And these are the built-in blocks. So in the previous video, we discussed the control blocks. Now we're looking at the logic boxes. So for the logic blocks, we have true, false, not, equals, and or. And let's make an example where we can use the logic boxes. So say we have a switch that we can drag here. And with this switch, it's just like a toggle, so you can have it on. You can start having the switch as placing it on its on mode or off mode depending on what you want. Let's leave it on off mode, and then let's have a label for the switch. So we go to user interface here under palette and we drag a label for the switch as well. And for this label, we can label it, for example, in this case, we might want to set the label so that when it's switched on, the label says it's on. When it's switched off, the label says it's off. So far we have our components here. We have switch and we have label. So we go back to blocks. So since we are dealing with the switch and the label components, we can start by dragging the switch block here. So what we want to do, if we go back to designer, we want to set up the app so that when the switch is on, the label confirms that the switch is on, and when the switch is off, the label will confirm that the label will state that the switch is off. So going back to blocks, here we pick the one that says when switch 1 is changed, which means from on to off or off to on. And next we want to put an if function. So we take this if function and we fit it in here, and we now go to our logic and we want to use this, the equals one. This means, okay, so we drag our equals one here, equals block, and we want to say when switch 1 is on, this is a true value. So we go back here. We have true values and false values. This is just like the Boolean logic. If you're familiar with the Boolean logic, it's either on, it's either off, it's either 1, it's either 0. It's either true, it's either false. So we drag the true one and put it here. and we want to say when the switch is changed, if it goes to on, then we want to set our label, set label to text. We want to set the label to a text. And the text being, let me drag it here. We want the label to say it is switched on. Right, so what this means is when the switch 1 is changed, and if the condition is that the switch is on, if it's true that the switch is on, then we set the label to switched on. Now, what about, so that's done in as far as labeling the switch to say switched on once the switch has turned on. What about when we want to switch it off, when the switch is off? When the switch is off, we then insert another condition here. We insert a condition here and we put else if. We can put else if here. Or we can just put else since it's one condition or the other. That's up to you. But in this case, for demonstration purposes, I'll just put else if so that we can put the same conditions for when it's off. So we're saying when the switch is changed, and if you find that the switch is on and it's true, then we set the label to say switched on. What about if we want to set it, if we tap the switch and it changes to off? So what we would do is we can duplicate this and bring it all the way down here, and we want to say false here. That would mean it's off. So the difference between these two conditions is that here we are saying the switch is on and it's true. Here we're saying the switch is on but it's not true, meaning it's off. Then what would happen next is we set the label, we duplicate this, set the label because it's the same thing, but instead of switched on, we say switch off. And this is how we set up for our switch and our label. So again, once again, we are saying when switch 1 is changed, if the switch is on and it's true, then we set the label to switched on. Or else, if the switch is on but it's not true, it's false, then we set the label to switched off. And this is how we use the equals and the true and false logic blocks. Say instead of false, we can also use this block in place, which is called the not block. How we use it is, for example, let's take this and we throw it away. And we take this one and we throw it away. Delete. So how we write the opposite of this, meaning for the switched off using the not, we just basically copy exactly what we've written here, but instead here, instead of directly putting this, first we put the not block. Then we duplicate this and insert this here, and then we duplicate this, we set it here, and it turns from switched on to switched off. Now these two ifs conditions are basically the same. What is the difference is this not block now means the reverse of the true, which is what we stated here in the beginning. Here at first we said if the switch is on and it's true, then it's switched on. Here we're saying or else if it's switched on and it's true, but because of this not, it means we are reversing, meaning that we're saying this is not true. In other words, this is false. Then we set the label and text to switched off. So yes, that is how we use the true, false, and not block in terms of logic. And that is it for this video. In the next video, I'll show you more on the logic, and we'll do math blocks as well. Thank you. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we were discussing on the logic blocks, and we worked on blocks true and false and the not blocks under logic blocks. Let's continue further and discuss the and blocks and or blocks, as I'm going to show you here. Do stay in and stay tuned, and let's get to the bottom of it. Hopefully by the end of the lesson you will be completed and you would have understood the logic blocks that we use in the MIT App Inventor. So we open our Google web browser and we search for MIT App Inventor again. Search. And then click MIT App Inventor. And we go on to create apps at the top left corner. Remember to put in your login details and your email and your password as you log on. We're going to click continue. And let's start a new project. How do we start a new project? We go to the top left corner where it says projects, click projects and start new project. Let's call this one project_logic. Click OK. And this gives us a fresh, new, clean project working space. Right, let's continue. So for under logic blocks, in the previous video, we discussed the true, we discussed the false, we discovered and discussed the not, and the equals as well. Now we want to work on and or. So and block you use when you want to put a condition for two things at the same time. So one thing and another, and they have the same condition. So for example, let's say if we go back to designer, and let's say I want to put two text boxes, 1 and 2. Let's say we want to do a login detail page. So we have two text boxes like this, one for the username, one for the password, and then let's have a button where we click on OK, and it will only accept the two text boxes if they are correct. So that's where the and comes in. If this text box and this text box have matching emails and passwords, then when we click OK, it'll produce a certain outcome. So we do this by going to blocks, and so we want to say when we've clicked the button, we want to use an if function, and we want to say when we click the button, if the username, we put the username here, and the password is true, then we can proceed. So here we have to fill in what we want in the username box. In the username box, which is text box 1, we want to have the text be true. So also we can go to logic and we put this here, and we want to say if we want to say if text box, if the text in the text box, put this here, is, let's say for my username, let's say my username is Amina. If this is equal to if this is equal to this, if the text in the text box is equal to Amina, we take this and we drag it in here, and we want to say if the text box true, if the text in text box true, we bring the equal sign again, and we want to say if the text in text box 2 is equal to a password that will be, say my password is 0000. Oops. We carry the whole thing and we put it in there. So far we're saying when the button 1 is clicked, and if we find that the text in the box, text box 1 is Amina, and the text in text box 2 is 0000, then we can open another screen, and the screen name, let's say we move from, let's say if we click the button on screen 1, since it is on screen 1, it will take us to the next screen. So before we do that, we have to add a screen first. So we add screen 2, and we have screen 1 and screen 2. So we go back to our blocks. Okay, sorry about that. Why it's blank, it's because we are on screen 2, which is not where we were working on at first. We're working on screen 1. So screen 1 is where we have our conditions. So we're saying when we click button 1 on screen 1 here, and we're saying if the text box 1, if the text inside text box 1 is Amina for the username, and if the text in text box 2 is 000, which is the password, then we want to open another screen, and the screen name that we want to put, we click on text. The screen we want to put is screen 2. So this would mean if I type in, go back to designer, if here I type in Amina and here I type in 000, then I click here, it should directly take me to screen 2. So that is what the AND button works for. That's how we use the AND button. The AND block under logic. When using OR, we are saying that we don't need the two conditions to be true. It can either have one of the boxes. For example, if we put the OR here, which I'll show you just now. So for OR block, we're saying any of these should be true in order for us to move to screen 2. For AND, we're saying both of these need to be true for us to move to screen 2. So if we use the OR function, let's take this down and start again so that we remember how to do it. So now we want to use the OR function. We're saying the function here or the condition here or the condition here, whichever one is true, either or, then we can proceed to screen 2. So we start by saying when the button is clicked, when button 1 is clicked, we have an if function, right? And we want to say, right, so we want to use the OR function, we drag it here, but still in here we have to fill in the conditions, right? So we want to make a true narrative for the username. We bring the equal sign here, and we are focusing on text box 1. So we want to say if the text in text box 1 is equal to Amina, right? And we put this condition here. So we're saying the text box 1 has to be Amina, or go back to logic, bring out the equal sign, or now we're dealing with text box 2, so we go to text box 2, we scroll down to where it says text, put it there. If the text in text box 2 has 0, 0, 0, 0, put this in there, then we are saying we want to open screen 2. So we scroll down to control, we go down, click open another screen, fit it in here, and the screen name that we want to type it in. So we go to text, we drag text, and we put screen 2. So what we're saying here is when button 1 is clicked, it doesn't matter as long as the text in text box 1 is Amina or the text in text box 2 is 000, then when the button is clicked, we go to screen 2. That's how the OR function works. The AND function here, we can change it back to AND if we want. If we don't want to go back and bring the blocks again, we can just swap the condition here to AND or OR. When we put AND, we are saying if the text if the text in text box 1 is Amina, and they have to be both true. The text in text box 1 has to be Amina, and the text in text box 2 has to be 000. Only then we can move to screen 2. So which means both conditions have to be true for us to move to screen 2. That's what the AND function means. The OR function means that we're saying it can either be text box 1 having Amina or text box 2 having 000. If either condition is true, then we jump to screen 2. And basically that is how we use the AND and OR function in our MIT App Inventor. And we can go to settings here if we want to add more conditions. We want to add a third condition, fourth condition, but in this case we've chosen to just add the 2. So these 2 empty spaces we don't really need because we only have 2 conditions right now. So we're saying this or this. This we can put back in here. And yes, we can, remember, we can change it back to AND, and we can go back here to settings, and we can choose if we want to add more conditions, a third condition if you want to, a fourth, fifth, but in this case for the login details we just need 2 conditions. That's what we are dealing with for now. And yes, this is basically how we use the logic blocks under the MIT App Inventor. Stay tuned, and we'll be looking at the math blocks in the next upcoming videos. Thank you for watching this video. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we discussed the block editors tab where we had the built-in blocks, for example, the control blocks and the logic blocks. Those are the 2 types of blocks that we've covered so far in our lessons. In this video, I will be talking about the math blocks concerning the MIT App Inventor and how we can use them in our software. Now, first we go into our Google web browser and we search for MIT App Inventor. So let's do so. And then we go and click MIT App Inventor so that it takes us to the home page. And then we go on to create apps, which is at the top left corner. And this will direct us to the home page of our account, and make sure that you've logged in and you've filled in your email and password in order to access the App Inventor page. Once that is done, we can click continue, and let's start a new project. So we go to projects here, click projects, go to start new project, and let's call this one project math, and we click OK. This is how we make a new project and how we enter a new name for our project. Then now we have a fresh, new, clean project working space. Remember, we have our palette here, our viewer here, which will basically show the screen of how it would look like on our mobile phones. And we have the components here, and we have the properties on the right hand side. Now, this is the designer tab. We're more concerned with the blocks tab. So we go to blocks here, click on blocks. And in the previous videos, we've already discussed control, the control functions, the control blocks, and the logic blocks. If you still need to recap on that, you can check our previous video and you'll find all you need to know about the control and logic blocks. Today we are more concerned about the math blocks, and these are blue in color, and this is our working space that we're going to be looking at. So under the math blocks, we firstly have this block. In this block, you can only input integers only, meaning numbers. So you can put 10 and any number you can put in. 10, for example, you can put in 5,860. Any number you can insert here. We can also insert numbers in text, but this text box is usually for values we want to put in the string. So in a text box, you can put numbers and you also can put text. The difference is between this text box and this math number box here is that in this one, you cannot put any letters. Here in the blue one, you cannot put any letters. You can put letters only in the pink one, and you can put numbers in both of them, but only the blue one takes numbers only. The pink one takes numbers and letters. And I can prove this by trying to type a word here. Say I want to type inventor. And as you can see, it's red. And this is because it does not accept any letters. It only accepts numbers. Here, however, you can type in any letters and it will not turn red because it is a text box. It is a text block. But here in the blue one, it is only strictly for numbers and integers. Right, so now that we're clear on that, we can throw this in the bin. Both of them, we can throw them in the bin. And then we move on to the next thing. The next thing we want to look at is the decimal block. So here, when we select decimal, we can input any number that is a decimal number. So we can even go 100, we can even go 90, we can even go 790 and 789, or we can use decimal places as well, 789.50, and any integer number and any number with decimal points, 0.40 for example. Right, then we can drag this drop down and we can choose either of these. There's decimal, binary, octal, and hexadecimal. For binary, if you're not familiar with binary numbers can either be 1 or 0. So for example, we can have 0001, or we can have, sorry about that, let me bring it back. We click on binary, we can have 1011, and binary numbers are usually used in mathematical equations or to do with physics as well. We have 111, 1, and we can only put 0 or 1. You can never have a binary number that is not 0, that is not 1. For example, let's say we put 5/6. As you can see, as I'm typing, the box is turning red because there's no such binary number as this one displayed here. We can only have zeros and ones and ones and zeros. See, the 2 is wrong as well, sorry about that, but 101010. And these are the only kind of numbers we can have under binary. Under octal, if the number is octal, we can have any number here as well. Sorry about that. We can have the number 67 here. We can have the number. It can't go above 8 because it's an octal number. Sorry, it can go above 7 because it is an octal number, if you're familiar with what octal numbers are. And then we have hexadecimal. can put in the values there. So this is what this block is all about. And then if we go back to math, next we have our operations. Save empty screen. So first we have this one with the equals. And here we can put in any values. I'll give one for example. Okay, before we come here, let's do the operations. We have plus, we have minus, we have multiplication, we have divide. So under plus, we can put here, if you want to put a number, remember we go to math, we click the integer one, we put it here, and we go back again, we get the integer again, and we put it here. Say we want to say 2 plus 3. This will give us 5, a value of 5, right? And yeah, this is basically used if you want to add numbers. If you want to subtract numbers, you go back to math, you drag out the one with the minus sign, and then you put in your values again. Go to math, add your block here, let's say we want to say 9 minus 5. This will obviously give us a value of 4. And now how we use this one, we can say here, let's make these two functions here, these two big blocks here, the same number, so that it is true when we put the equal sign. For example, 2 plus, let's say, 2 is equal to 4. And also here, 9 minus 5 is equal to 4. So we can put this inside here, and we can also put this inside here. And this is mathematically correct. 2 plus 2 is equal 4, which is also equal to 9 minus 5, which is equal to 4. Then here we can drop down and we can choose all these other signs that we want to input to make sure our equation is mathematically correct. So for example, let's say here we still say 2 plus 3, right? 2 plus 3 is 5. 9 minus 5 is 4. So if this one is 5, let me just put it here so that we can see, so that you follow me. We know 2 plus 3 here will give you a value of 5, and we know 9 minus 4 here will give you a value of 4, which means this number is bigger than this number. Therefore, this sign, we can change it to 5 greater than 4, so that this whole block, the values in this whole block is true. Say we changed our value here to 3 plus 5, and that will give you 8. And then we want to say here 12 minus 2. This will give us 10. That means this number is smaller than this number, which means we change the sign to smaller than. 8 is smaller than the value here 10, because 3 plus 5 is 8, and that's smaller than 12 minus 2 equals 10. And so on and so forth. And we can use all these signs. Also, we can put this sign, which means it's not equal to, and this is correct because 3 plus 5 is 8, which is not equal to 12 minus 2, which is 10. And this is how we use this block. So we can remove that now. Delete. We can also remove this one as well, and we can remove this one as well. So this is to do with the math block. We've done plus, minus, and if we drag this plus one out, save empty screen, there's settings here, and you can choose how many numbers you want to add. Maybe you want to add 3, 4 numbers. That's possible. Here, that means you'll be adding 4 numbers, which means you will be going to click on math, and you need 4 of these blocks to fit in here. Right click, duplicate, right click, duplicate, right click, duplicate again, so that it fits for all these 4 empty spaces. And you can put your values here. You can say 3 here, plus 5 here, plus 1, plus even 3 again. And this will give you a value of 3 plus 5 is 8, plus 1 is 9, plus 3 is 12. And this is how we use our plus and minus block. Thank you very much. In the next video, I will be showing you more on the math blocks, and we'll go further and deeper into what the math blocks are all about. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we were discussing part 1 of the math blocks. Now, in this video, we are going to continue more on the math blocks. So far, we've covered the addition operation, the subtraction operation, and now we move further to the multiplication and division operations. So we go here to math. We've covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we have the multiplication operation and how we use it as well. You bring it out here, and inside here you can put in the integers that you want to multiply. So we go back to math, we click the integer, and since there's space for 2, we can duplicate this by right clicking, and we duplicate, and these 2 can easily fit inside here. If we want to multiply more than 2 numbers, we click here and we add. This is the setup. We drag, meaning that we want to add, and this means we want to multiply all these numbers here. Right. And we can, to fill up these spaces, we go back to math and we select the integer block, bring it out here, bring the other one out, and bring the third one out. Or we can duplicate, like I said, right click, duplicate. This will create another one. So fit that in here, fit that in here, and fit the last one there. This one is an extra one, we don't need it, so we can delete it. We can drag it to the trash. And then once we fit in our blocks inside the multiplication block, we can add the numbers that we want to multiply. For example, 7. Here we can put 4. Here we can leave it as 0. Here we can put 3. Here we can put 2. And this is how we use the multiplication block. Right. So we can take it into the trash. Yes, we're sure to delete. And we continue now to the division. Save. On computer software and coding, the slash sign here means that we are dividing. That is the sign for divide according to coding. So here for divide, we can only divide 2 numbers. So we go to math and we select 2 blocks because we want to fill in 2 integers, and we fit them in here. We drag them and fit them in here, and here we can say we want to divide 21 by 3, and 21 divided by 3 should give you 7. So this is how you use the division block. Delete. Right, next we move on. Remember, save the empty screen. We click on math again, scroll down, and we have this block, for example. So this block says random integer from 1 to 100, right? So for this one, it means the system will return a random integer between the upper bound and the lower bound. The bounds will be clipped to be smaller than 2**30. Okay, meaning that the computer should be programmed to pick a random integer, which means a random number, in this case from 1 to 100. And this 100 is the upper bound value, and 1 here is the lower bound value. We can change to our liking. So say here we want to put 890 and a random integer between 10 and 890, which means the system will pick out any number between 10 and 890. So that's what this function is about. So say you're designing a game and it needs to pick a random number between 1 and 100, then which means you bring out this block here and you say you want your lower bound value to be 1 and your upper bound value to be 100, and your system will pick out any random integer between 1 and 100. Delete. Okay, next on the math block, there's different types. We can use the round. This round is used when you want to round off a number to the nearest 10 or unit. So for example, here we want to round up the number. We go back to math, we select the integer, and we say we want to round off 4.6789. This will round off the value to a value of 5. And that is how this function works. We can drop down again here and we can pick out whatever function we want to use. So if we click square root, this is asking the system to return the square root of the number that you've attached to it. If we click absolute, we're saying we want the absolute value for this number you've entered on the right hand side. Negative, which means we want the negative value, which means here it will be negative. The value would be negative 4.6789 that it will output in the system. Here it won't let me put the negative sign because this block here is only for integer values, for real values. But for the coding, if you want a negative value, that's when you can insert this here to say that you want the negative of this number. We can drop down and we can also say we want the log of this number, the exponential of this number, the ceiling, and the floor. And that is all for that part of the math blocks. Take this to the trash. Save empty screen. Then there's more here. We have random fraction, which means you're asking the system to return a number that is a fraction, and a fraction is any number that is between 0 and 1. So that can be 2/3 or 0.66. And then there's more. We can find the sign of whatever number you want to attach to the right hand side. We can drag this here. We can say sine 90. It will give you the value of sine 90. If you want to change, we can say cos of 90, which will provide the cosine of the given angle in degrees. We can drag and say we want tan. We can drag and say we want the A sine, and so on and so forth. More on the math block. We can convert radians to degrees if you want. And we do this by again attaching the integer here. Say we want to find out how many 3 radians in degrees. It'll convert. The system will return the number in degrees, or we can say degrees to radians depending on what you want. There's more that you can pick out from. This one is the same as rounding off. Say you want to format the number. We go here and we want to format the number 7.890. And here we can be specific to how many decimal places, how many places you want your number to be rounded off to. For the one that just says the round, let me show you. If we scroll down and look for round, it will round off to the nearest unit. For this one, we can say how many numbers we want to round off to. So let's say we want to round off to 3 decimal places, and let's say here we have 7.89534, which means our answer for this one, the system would have to return a number of 7.896, which is 3 decimal places to that. And that's how we use this one as well. I hope you are following. If not, please rewind, please go back, and you can play it as many times as you want if you want to see how I've been working out all of these. This one is to confirm if the value that you've put here is a number. So for example, we drag this here and we are asking the system to tell us if this block here is a number. If it is, then we're saying the value is true. We drop down, we can ask the system to ask if this 98 value is of base 10. We can ask if it's hexadecimal, or we can ask if it's binary. For this one, it'll give us a false value because binary numbers, like I said, are only 1 and 0. So this one will definitely give an output saying that this is false because binary numbers only have 0 ones and 0 zeros and ones and zeros and ones only. As you can see, there are many options you can find here in the math block. We have modulo of. Here we can input integers again, and we can swap around to see what we want. Here we can find the remainder of. So say we have integer values here. I'm going to duplicate into 2 so that we fit the 2 in here. Let's say here we have a value of 12, and here we have a value of, let's say, 7. So what we're asking the system is we want the remainder value when we divide these two numbers. So 12 divided by 7 is 1, and the remainder value would be 5. So the system will then put an output and give us an answer of 5 if we use this function here. And this is basically all on the math block. Here we can also convert numbers from base 10 to hex, from hex to base 10, from base 10 to binary, from binary to base 10. It is up to you. We can convert numbers. It's a lot we can do here under the math blocks. And we'll look into more of it as time goes. We have the bitwise OR, bitwise XOR, and we can click here under the settings if we want to add more numbers. Here. And that is basically it for the math blocks. Thank you very much for watching this video. In the next one, we will discuss more on text and lists. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lesson, we discussed the block editors tab where we had the different built-in blocks. We discussed control blocks, we discussed logic blocks, and we discussed the math blocks. In this tutorial, in this lesson, we are going to discuss more on the lists block. So we start by typing in MIT App Inventor as we want to log into the software, to the app on the web browser. Click MIT App Inventor. Make sure your internet connection is strong so that you connect properly and faster. Then at the top, we click Create Apps, and this will take us directly to the app itself. Right, and once we are here, we click Continue, and we can make a new project. So we go to My Project. Here we click Project, My Project, we start new project. And we can call this one Project List. Right. So to deal with lists, we can drag here from the user interface, the list view. We can drag it here, and we can place it, let's say, towards the top of the screen, and we can have the background color be, let's say, white, for example, or let's make it yellow. Click yellow, and then you can change the width and the height of the list according to what you want. And if you want to put figures in your list or text in your list, this is where you can put it in, where it says elements from string. For example, we can say A, B, C. So when we do that, it types out here A, B, C. You can't really see it because the color is white. The text color is white, but if I change it to black, you can see the A, B, C written there. So that's how you can type your elements into your list. And here, of course, you can change the height, the width, and selection color. We can also change that as well, meaning that when we select a figure in the list, when we click on it, this will be the selection color. We can make it blue, for example, right? And then you can also edit the screen if you want, according to how you like it. Yes. And then let's say for this list, we want to put a button. Let's say 3 buttons. And for this button, we want to label it as add so that we can use it to add something into our list. For text button 2, let's say we want to label it remove, if you want to remove something from the list. And then for the third one, we can put in here update so that we can update our list. And these buttons, obviously they're aligned this way. Let's add a horizontal arrangement. If you remember from our previous lessons, we discussed how we can do a horizontal arrangement. We go to layout, we drag the horizontal arrangement onto the screen, and then we put the buttons that we want to horizontally align in here. And we can shift the buttons according to how we want the order to be. So here we can have add, remove, update. Exactly. And we can change our button colors if we want, but all right, we'll do it here right now. Let's say we want to change the add button to, let's say, magenta. Oh, that's the text color. Let's leave the text color as black. We go to background color to change the color of the button. Let's say we want it as magenta. For remove, let's put red. For update, let's put blue. Right. And then for the horizontal arrangement, you can choose to align it how you want. We can fill. We can leave the height as automatic, but we can change the width to fit parent, to fill parent, like that. And then if you want, we can horizontally align to the center. And that is it for our add, remove, and update button. We can also rename the buttons here, and this will be easier when we now move into the blocks. We'll know which button represents which one. So let's rename. We click button 1 and rename. And let's say we call this one the add button. Okay, then the remove button, we click, we go to rename, and we say remove button, click OK, and the last button, click on it and we rename it update button and click OK. Alright, next we want to add a text box. So let's go to user interface. We go to text box and let's place it in between the list and the buttons. And we can have the text box, and you can change the properties inside if you want to. Right, so this text box will represent, say we want to add a text into the list. So here in the text box, we're going to type whatever we want to add to the list, and we'll program it such that when we click add, it will add onto the list. If we want to remove something from the list, we will click on it and then remove from the list, or type in the word here and make sure we remove it from the list. And then the update button will just update once we've done those changes, whether add or remove. So once we've set it up like this, we are going to go to our blocks. So we go to blocks, we click on blocks, and we have our viewer with our plain screen there. And what we're focusing on is list today. So these are the bunch of blocks we can use under list. And let's say we want to create a variable that can store a list, and we want to create an empty list. Right. So with creating an empty list, that means if we go back to designer here, we have an empty list, which is what we wanted. We go back to blocks, and can you see that renaming the buttons, if we go back to designer, renaming these buttons here, the add button to add, remove button to remove, update to update, this will help us in the block section, because when we select our buttons, we will know which is which. So by naming the add button add, remove button remove, update update, it makes it easier when we now are trying to figure out the programming and the behavior of the mobile app that we want to configure. Right, so for the add button, what we want to do is we click on add button and we want to drag this out so that we say when the add button is clicked, we want to add an item to the list. So we go to click list and we click add items to list, and we put that under the do here. And the add items that we want to add to the list, we now have to attach the list that we are talking about. The list we're talking about is this one here. So we get this. And the item that we want to add into the list is text from the text box. So we go to the text box and we look for text from the text box, which is here. So what this simply means is that when we click the add button, we want to add items to the list, and what we are going to add is the text inside the text box, and we're adding into this global list, which is the empty list. So looking at it here, what we're saying is when we click the add button, we want to add the text in the text box into this list right here. That is what this simply means. Right, so far we've said that we want to add items into the list, into the global list, and the item we want to add is the text from the text box. This will add the list. This will add the item to the list. But now to show that we've added it, to show what we've added in the text box to show up in the list view, we have to go back to blocks and we have to go and click on list view, and we have to go to list view, look for list view elements. We have to set list view elements. We drag this and we put this inside here, and then this means that we want to add whatever's in the text box, we want it to show in the list view. And what we want to show is, in the list view is from this list here. So if we do not add this part, set list view elements to the global list, it will add the item but it would not show. So to add and then show, we say add items to the list here. Then to show that we've added, we have to set the list view, which is this one here. We set the list view, the elements inside the list view, to the list that we've created, which is the global list. And this is how we set up our add button to add items into the list. In the next video, I'll be showing you how to program the remove button and program the update button. So stay tuned and stay on top of your work, because we are going to get there and we're nearly there. Thank you. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In our last video, we were discussing about the built-in blocks and we're looking at the list blocks. In this video, we are going to continue from what we did in the last video. So just to give you a recap of what we were learning in the last video, we had here on our viewer screen, we had a list view tab that we dragged onto our screen, and we have a text box here, and we have 3 buttons that say add, remove, and update. So these function in a way that we have whatever we type in the text box, it can be added into the list view here, or it can be removed, and when either action is taken, we update. So far in our blocks tab, if we click blocks, what we've done so far, we've made a variable that consists of a variable that carries our empty list. And then here, we've already created a function for the add button. So we've named the buttons according to the text written on the buttons, just so that it's easier when programming the behavior of the mobile app. So just to recap from the last one, we made a programming for the add button. And to give you a breakdown of what this means again, we were saying that when the add button is clicked, then we add items to the list. And the list that we are adding the items to is the global list that we created, which is the empty list there. And the item that we are adding is text from text box 1. Meaning that here, if we type in whatever we type in here and click add, it will add into the list view. And then after adding it into the list view, to show that it has been added, we added this green box, this green block here that says we should set the elements in the list view inside the empty list. Meaning that whatever we typed in here to add into this list must then show visibly to the user. So that's what we've done so far. Now for the remove button, what we are going to do is click on remove button here, and we want to say when the remove button is clicked, we want to remove. Instead of here we said add items to the list. This time we want to remove. So we go to list and we look for remove list item. Once we have done this, we bring remove list item here into the block, and here we join the list that we want to remove the item from, which is this global list here. So we drag this and we bring that here. Next, we have to set in the index. So in normal coding, when we look at a list, if we go back to designer, and let's say in the list view here, let's say we want to put in elements in here. So let's say we have A, B, C, A, comma, B, comma, C. Right. We have 3 elements here in the list below. And in this list, what is considered an index is it relates to whatever element is listed in the list. So per each element, that is the index number. So in normal coding, index starts usually from 0, meaning this box will be index 0, this box will be index 1, this box will be index 2. But on MIT App Inventor, index starts from 1, meaning the top one would be index 1, this one would be index 2, and C would be index 3. Right, so to select the correct index, we go back and we've said that we want to remove the list item from the global list, and the index that we want to remove, the user can select any. So in that case, we go back to lists and we look for index in list and we drag that here. And then where it says list here, we again put the global list, which is the list we are dealing with. And under thing, we want to select the index that is going to be selected. And this index we're going to be selected is going to be from list view. So we go to list view and we look for list view selection. This means that the index that we want to remove will be anything we selected here from the list view. And this is coming from the list, the global list. So here, meaning that whatever we select, by setting it that way, it means whatever we select here is the one that we want to remove. If we were to put here next to index the text, let's say index 2, it will only remove index 2, which is what we don't want. We want to be able to remove any of the elements that are selected within the list. So to do so, that's why under index we selected this index in list and we chose where we want the list that we're talking about, and we are saying that we can select the index to be removed can be anything that is selected in the list view. Right, so we can go back to designer and remove these now because we don't really need them right now. That was just for demonstration purposes. And yeah, so this is how we function for the remove button. To do a shortcut, we can just remove these, take them to the trash, delete them, and as a shortcut, the index that we want to select to be removed from the list, we can just easily click on list view and look for list view selection index, this one here, and we drag it. This is the shortcut for what we previously selected, meaning that when remove button is clicked, we want to remove the list item, and the list item we want to remove from is from this list called global list, and the index, the value, the element that we want to remove from the list is whatever index we've selected within the list view, which will be here in the designer. Whatever is listed here in the list view, that will be removed from the list. And then remember, just like what we did for the add button here, once we add, we need to show that the text in text box 1 has been added. So for here, we have, even though we've removed from the list, we need to show that whatever we've selected, whichever index we've selected in the list view, we need to show that it's actually been removed. So which means we go back to list view and we look for list view elements again, and we fit it in there, and the list that we want to take it from is the global list. So we duplicate that and we insert that here, meaning that once we remove the item from the list, we need to show in the elements of the list view that it has been removed, and this will come from the variable global list, which is the empty list that we had created. And this is how we set up for the remove button. So just to recap again, with the add button, we're saying when the add button is clicked, do add items to the list. And which list are we adding the items to? Global list, which is this empty list that we set for here. And then the item that we want to add is the text from text box 1. Once we've added, we need to show that it's been added. In order to show, we add, we set so that the elements inside the list view can be shown, and the text from text box 1 can be shown in the list view, and we are getting it from the global list, which is the list that we created. Then when we remove the button, when the remove button is clicked, we want to remove items from the list, and the list that we want to remove it from is the global list again. And index, which index means that which what exactly do you want to remove, and we want to remove whatever we've selected within the list. And once we've removed, to show that we've removed it, we have to set so that the elements inside the list view can show that we've removed the item from the list, and the list is the global list that we set out here. Right, now we move on to the update button. Let me make space. So for the update button, we click update and we go to when update button is clicked. But first we have to, so if we go to the designer tab, what we want to do is, for the update, we want to, let's say we select an item here in the list view. We want it to pop up in the text box, and we want to click update so that it can then update. So what we do is we go back to blocks and we look for list view, and we want to use when list view 1 after picking, right? Then So in list view 1, after picking, what we want to do is we want to set the text box, the text inside text box. So we look for set text box 1 text. We want to set that to whatever we've selected in the list view. So we look for list view and we look for selection, this, and we insert that here, right? So this would simply mean that after picking whatever we picked from the list, we want the text in the set box to be whatever we've selected in the list view. Meaning that here, just to give a practical, visual kind of setup for you, we are saying that after picking what we want in the list view, we want the text in the text box to show whatever we've selected here, and then the update button can be clicked. So that's why we have this here first. After picking whatever we've picked in the list view, we want to set whatever is written in the text box. We want the text in the text box to be whatever we've selected from the list view. Then we come back down to update button. So we repeat the same procedure again. We go to list, and for update, what we are going to select is replace list in the list item. We put that inside here, and what we are simply saying is the list. So here we connect the list that we want to replace from, which is the global list here, and for index here it's the same thing we picked from remove, and what we want to replace here is basically the text from the text box. So we go to text box and we want to get the value text from text box and we put it here. So what this means again is when the update button is clicked, we want to replace an item in the list, and the list that we want to take it from is the global list, and what we want to replace is the box we've selected, the index we've selected in the list view, and what we want to replace it with is the text from text box 1. Here when we clicked list view dot after picking, we said that once we've picked from the list view, we want the text in text box 1 to show what we've selected. Here we did not choose selection index, we only chose selection here because if we choose selection index, it will input a number in the text box, which is not what we want. What we want to have the text in the text box, we want to have text only. That's why we have selection instead, right? And then remember, after we've set out what we want to do, once we click the update button, we need to use the set again to then show that the list has been updated. So we join this, we duplicate it, and we join it here. So again, we are saying that when the update button is clicked, we want to replace an item. And what we are replacing, where we are replacing from, is the list that we created. And what we are replacing is whatever we've selected from the list view. And we are replacing it with the text that is inside text box 1. And once we've replaced it, we need to show that we've replaced it. It needs to be shown to the user visually. So in order to do that, we say we set the elements in the list view to show this replacement. And we are getting it again from the list that we created. Right, so now that we've set this, we can go back to Designer and you can connect your emulator or your mobile device and see if the programming works on your mobile device. To connect, we go and click connect here, and if you're connecting to your mobile device, we click AI companion, and once you click, make sure the app is open on your mobile device as well so that it connects, and you can scan the QR code or you can type in the barcode. And then another option is to connect using the emulator, but you can do that on your own. Right now I'm just showing you how to create lists and just demonstrate and show you how the list blocks work on Mobile App Inventor. So the way we've set up the add button, the remove button, the update button, as it is like this, what is going to happen when you connect to your mobile device is that when you type a text here and click add, it will now pop up in the list. When you click the next one, it will pop up in the list if you want to add it. So if we click A, we click add, A will display itself here in the list view. If we click B and we click add, B will be placed here in the list view, and so on and so forth. If you want to remove, what you can do is you select whatever element you want to select from the list. Let's say there's B here. You select B and you tap remove, and it will remove the letter itself. If you want to replace a letter that's already there, for example, let's say we have the C added here. After we added C, let's say we want to change it to the letter G, then we click on C here because it's already in the list, and we click we type whatever letter we want to replace with, and we click update, and you'll see that it will change from C to G. So just play around with the buttons, insert your letters into the list, remove your letters, update your letters, and see for yourself that it actually works when you've connected your mobile device and your emulator. And that's basically all on the list blocks, built-in blocks. Stay tuned for more. In the next video, we will talk about text, dictionaries, and so on and so forth. Thank you for watching. Good day. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we discussed built-in blocks and we dealt with control blocks, logic, math, and lists. Now we're going to move on to text blocks. So to start, we are going to type in MIT App Inventor on our web browser. Search. We go to MIT App Inventor. We click there. And remember to always go to the top left corner and click Create Apps. This will take us to the page where we can directly log into our software. Once you've reached, you can click Continue, and let's start a new project. So we go to Projects, My Projects, we click Start New Project, and let's call this project Text. This will give us a clear screen, and this is the Designer tab. Where we want to go is the Blocks tab, so we click the Blocks tab. Once we are here, we have an empty space here and we can start. So in previous videos, we discussed control blocks, logic, math, and we did lists. Now we move on to text. So for text, the first block we have is this block here, which is a string block where we can enter text inside, text or numbers. So for example, if we want to type in the word score, or if you want to type in the word age, or type in numbers to 2021. It is up to you. This is what this block represents. You can place a string inside, or we can just place, for example, my name, Amina, here. So you can basically type almost anything in a text box that allows you to type in a string. After that, we have the join block. Remember to click save the empty screen. And the join block is where we can join two blocks together. So here it says appends all the inputs to form a single text string. So meaning that we can join multiple text strings into one. So here, for example, we can go back and bring that first block and say in here we put age, and we want to join again. We can put the number, let's say 23. Also, if you want to, instead of using this block, since we were placing an integer in there, we can use this block as well, and we can still connect it here and say 23. So what this will do is, let's say after age we put a colon here. So the output of this will result in this being typed out, age 23. This will be the outcome because we are joining this string with this string, and that will be the outcome. So that's how you use the join block, and we can join as many strings as we want to form one string. So if you want to add another string, we can add more, and as you can see, as I add, it makes space for more strings. So that's up to you. Right, and to reduce the number of string, we can reduce, and let's leave it at 2. So let's say we want to, another way to join, we can join a variable instead of a specific string or number here. And how we can do so is we set a variable, and let's call it age, meaning we want to join age with whatever number is input here. And let's make a label. Let's insert a label just for demonstration purposes, and here is where we're going to place the joined strings in the label here. So we go back to blocks and we click label, and we look for set the text in label. So we want to set the text in label to join the age here and whatever number is placed in this variable. So that means, okay, if I bring this down here, what we are saying is we are setting the text in label 1 to join age with whatever number is placed under age. And that's how basically we use the join function. And like I said again, you can add as many strings as you want to join in your coding. And you simply do this by just dragging and undragging, drag to add, drag back to remove. Right. So this will set the text in label 1 to join the string age and to join the string of the variable age as well. So which means the text here will join both the age and the variable here. So that's how you use the join function, the join text block. Next up, we have the length. We go to text, and the next one is length here. This is basically to for the program to calculate the number of characters within a string. So for example, we put length here, and let's say we want to add a string here, and we want to type in the word age, which means our output would count the number of characters that are within that string. That means our output would be 3 for age, as age has 3 letters. If we use the word inventor, that means we have INVENTOR, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters, which means the length will be 8, and that is the output. And that is how you use the length text block. Okay, next we have the empty block. This is to check if something is empty, so meaning that it returns true if the length of the text is 0, false, or otherwise. So which means we can use the if function, for example, and let's say we want to see if a variable is empty. So let's come up with a variable here and call this variable age again, and let's set the variable to a text string that is empty, right? So we want to say if it's true that the text here is empty, then we can have a certain condition. So to do that is to use true, and to match up the conditions, we need an equals here, and we can join that here. And then what we want to say is if we insert this here, and then here next to empty we want to get the variable. So we just click here and drag and bring this here. So what we're saying is if the variable age is empty and it is true, then we can put a certain condition here, whatever you want to choose. Then let's say we can set the label. We can set the text in the label too. To say that it is an empty string. This is just an example. So what we're saying is, to use the empty one, what we're saying is we have a variable that is called global age, and here it is set to being an empty string. So what we do is we use the if function, and we say if the variable is empty and it's true that the variable is empty, then we need to set the text in label 1 to have it written as empty string. And that is how we use the isEmpty text block. Yes, so this is basically to check if something is empty. So we can put this in the bin, delete. Right, so this function is empty block is basically for validation. For example, if we have login details that we want to log in to open a screen, and we make sure we set it so that none of the text boxes are blank. Otherwise, if they're blank, the user won't be able to access onto the next stage in the app. So we can use it for certain examples like that. Right, next under text block we have compare text, which works the same as the math block here with the equal sign. Here we can change the signs again to less than, we can change to equals, we can change to not equals, we can change to greater than, and this is the same here. So for example, if we want to put here for the integer, we bring another one and we fit it here, and we basically say here the number 8 is greater than the number 3, and we can also do the same here. We drag a text box, fit it in there, drag another text box, fit it in there, and we can still say the same thing, 8 is greater than 3. So these two basically work the same, and you can switch it up here and use this as well by saying that 8 is not equal to 3, 8 is not equal to 3. So the only difference between these two is this one is from the math block, this one is from the text block. And looking at the drop down, this one gives more options in that we have equals, not equals, less than, we have less than, equal to, greater than equal to. So there's more range here. Here for text, we just have less than, equal to, not equal to, and greater than. Those are the only two differences between them. And delete that. And we can delete that. Next, under text, we go to text and we have trim. So what the trim block does is, let's put a string inside, and let's say we want to type in the phrase, I am a student at IMA. So what the trim does, the output of the trim, it'll give us an answer where the string is written but without the spaces. So trim is used to trim out the spaces in between words. So the output would become, I am a student at IMA. Exactly like this, without the space. So that's what the trim function is used for. And we can put that in the bin. And that is all we have for the first part of the text block on our MIT App Inventor. In the next lesson, we will continue more on the text blocks, and do stay tuned, and hopefully you learn more out of this than you've come before starting the lesson. All right, thank you. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we started on the text blocks that we find under the Blocks Editors tab here on MIT App Inventor. This is part 2 of the text blocks that we find under the Blocks Editors tab. So to continue, let's not waste any more time. We go to text, and let's see what we can learn from these other blocks. So we've covered so far the string, the join block, length, is empty block, compare text, trim, and now we move on to uppercase. So if we drag uppercase here and we join it to a string that says, for example, the word gallery, this would mean that our output would be the same word gallery but written in caps, because we are changing the letters in here to uppercase. And same goes for downcase. Downcase would mean that the letters in here will be in the lowercase. So the output here will be gallery written like so. So let's just recap again. For uppercase gallery, letters will be written in caps. That's Gallery in big letters. If we change to downcase, it will change the word here, all of the letters to lowercase. Even if there's already lowercase there, it will still keep it as lowercase. As long as all the characters are downcase, this is the output you'll get if you click downcase. If you click uppercase, it'll be all capital letters. Like so. So this is how you use the uppercase text block. So next, we go to save the empty screen. You go to start text. So here what we do is we have a string, for example, and let's say the string, we have the phrase inside, I love MIT app inventor. So what we're saying is, from this piece we want to find, let's say the text at hand is I. This will give us a true value, meaning that from this piece, if the text starts at I, then it is true for this text, this string right here. So for example, again, let's say we change the I to they, and here we put they as well. This confirms that this is a true value, a true outcome, because here in the piece we have the phrase they love MIT app inventor, and here it is confirmed that the text starts at they. So because it starts at they, then this is true for whatever is written here in the piece. Say here the text is app. This would be wrong because the piece here does not start with the word app. It only starts with the word they. So this is false. This is completely false. Any other word besides they will give a false value because the text only starts with the word they. So for this to be true, here we have to have they. And that's how we use the start block. Next, under text blocks, we have contains. So say again, we have a string that says, my mother loves to cook. When we had the word start here, to make it true, the text here would have to be, in this case, if we were using start, it would have to be my. But since we are using contains, for this whole block to be true, the text here should contain any word that is placed here in the piece. So, for example, here this my is correct. For example, this is proved to be true because in the piece we have the word my here, and as long as the piece contains the word, any word within here, then the condition is true. So it can be my, or it can be loves. It will still give a true value because the piece does contain the word loves. If we have cook, this is also true because the piece here contains the text cook. If we use to, also the same thing. This is proven to be true because it does contain the word to. The piece here does contain the word to, and also as well as mother. It will be proven to be true because the piece does contain the word mother here. To bring back the start block again, and let's say we use the same strings that we placed here. Like we said, for contains, this is true because we do have the word mother contained inside this piece. But when we use start, this will be given as false because the text does not start with mother, it starts with my. So because we put mother here, it will be wrong for start. But for contain, it will be proven to be true because as long as any of the words are in this text string, then it is proven to be true. It will give an outcome of a true value. And we can do the same with numbers. For example, say here in this string we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we put the value 7 here, if we put the value 7 inside here, this will be true because this string here does contain the number 7. But if we put the 7 here and we put the pieces 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, this will be false because the piece does not start with 7, it starts with 5. So this will be false and this will be true. Right, so this goes as far as the start and contains block. And if we drop down, we have contains any and we have contains all. So we can use these as well to maneuver and just pick up what we prefer and how we would like to program our app. Right, so we move on. We go back to text and let's look for, save the empty screen. Let's take split at spaces. Let's say we have a text string that says my sister is beautiful. This would mean the outcome here would be to split at spaces, meaning that we are going to create a list now. The outcome will be a list, and this list will contain, let's drag this here, if we are splitting its spaces, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, meaning that it will make a list of 4 words. So here, click here, we can add to make 4 items. That means for the outcome of this, it'll make a list saying, with the first item being my, we duplicate this, duplicate, and duplicate again, so that we have 4 fitting in here. So the first will be my, next in the list will be sister, and next in the list we'll have is, and next in the list we'll have beautiful. So this is what split at spaces does. It now then creates a list and separates each word because of the space. And this is what the outcome would be for split at spaces. But if we add along here, after saying my sister is beautiful, let's say we put a full stop and we put a full stop and the next word we type is sweet, which means here for the last string, we will carry those same characters that come after beautiful. And why this is so is because between beautiful and sweet and the dot here, we have no spaces. So this beautiful dot sweet will be carried as one thing, one string. And that's why the outcome here will be beautiful dot sweet as it's written here, because it only splits at spaces. However, if we want to split at any other sign, for example, full stop, comma, what we do is we go to text and we say split text, and we say where we want to split the text at. So let's say we duplicate this, we put it here, and we want to split the text only at, let's say instead of a full stop here, let's put a colon. If we want to split at the colon, that means the outcome will be, for the first one, it will be my sister is beautiful, and it will only split where the colon is. So we'll have sweet. So this will be the outcome because we are only splitting where the colon is. So which means everything before the colon will be considered as one string, and everything after the colon will be considered as another. Say we had a colon after my, in between my and sister, which means our output would be my, and then here we'd have the next thing in between the two colons, which is sister is beautiful, and then next we'd have sweet. So this would be the outcome if we split text at the colon. Here is the outcome if we split the text at spaces. Right, so that's how you use the split text block. So we can throw this all in the trash, delete, Next we go to text block, and we have, for example, here is a string. This is to confirm whether the block that is coming here, joining here, is a string. So just like in math, we had is a number. Here for text block we have is a string, and a string is anything that is a text or number. So whatever text we can put here is considered as a string. So this will be a true value, this will be true. We can also have a string have integers inside, for example the number 27. As long as it's in here, it's still a string. Next we have, for example, the reverse block, which basically reverses the characters within a string. So for example, we want to reverse here the word, let's say, join. If we want to reverse that, which means our output will be the reverse of that, which is N first, then I, then O, then J. This gives the reverse of the word join. So this will be the output, and this is how we use the reverse block. And that is basically it on the text blocks. These are the basics that you need to know within the text blocks. And thank you for watching this video. Hope to see you in the next one, where we'll continue on more of the blocks and do consider connecting your mobile device and your emulator whenever you're going through these lessons and tutorials. That will help you in seeing the work done on your mobile app viewer in real time, and on your mobile device and your emulator you get to actually press the buttons and see if they program in the way that you have designed the mobile app to be programmed. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In our previous lessons, we discussed on the block editors tab, and we dealt with all built-in blocks that go as far as control blocks, logic blocks, math blocks, text blocks, list blocks, colors, and variables. In this video, we're going to focus on procedures. So, without further ado, we can get started. So we go on our web browser and we type in MIT App Inventor and search, and then we click here, the first one here, we click MIT App Inventor, and we always go to the top left corner where it says Create Apps. So we click on Create Apps, and this will bring us to the home page. We can just click Continue, and let's start with a new project. So we go up here to Projects, click Projects, go down to Start New Project, and let's call the project procedures, and click OK, and we wait. And this should give us a clean new project working space. So this is the designer tab. We want to go to the block editors tab, and here we have our screen clear, and what we want to work on is procedures. So procedures is on the left hand corner, and we can see it's the block with the purple blocks. Procedures can be divided into two. We can have a procedure that will then do something, or we can have a procedure that will give results of something. So usually the result one is used for calculations and things like that. For procedure do, we deal with operations that are a bit more complicated. So for example, say we have let's go back to designer. Say we have 3 buttons here, button 2, button 3, and let's say we also have a label here, right? And let's say we want to make a variable. So we go to variable, initialize a variable name, and let's call it, for example, age. And let's set that to an integer of 0. And then we want to do a function for each button that we have on our screen display. So, and we want each button to have basically the same procedure. That will mean that for button 1 we have the same thing, for button 2 we have the same thing, for button 3 we have the same thing, and maybe even button 4 if we had a button 4. So I'm going to show you the procedures that we'll do for each button, the functions and control blocks that we'll do for each button, even though they'll perform and behave the same way. And then I'll show you how we can minimize that and make that less complicated by using the procedure blocks. So for button 1, let's say we have our button 1 here, and we want to set here the age to, let's say we want to add numbers here. For example, let's add an integer there. Let's add an integer there. Let's say we want to add numbers 20 and 30, right? And then also, let's say we want to then set the label, the text in the label. Set text in the label to get the value of the variable that we are working on right now, just like that. So let's say this is for button 1, and let's say button 2 we want to do the same thing here. Then again we go to set, drag set, and we want the same thing as button 1. And then we want to, sorry, this is the wrong one. We're trying to copy what's done for button 1 here because we want it exactly the same for button 2. So we go to math, we want to add again. Oh, sorry, here I chose the wrong one. Hold on. Instead of lost focus, we're supposed to choose click. So let me delete this one here. And we said for button 2, we want when we click button 2. When we click button 2, we set the variable age to, again, we want 20 here. And again, we want 30 here, and again we want to set the text in label 1, set the text in label 1 to get the variable global age. And then again we want to do the same thing for button 3. So we click on button 3 and we do. And can you see, just repeating this takes a really long process. process. It's a very long process to go back to the blocks again, drag out the same thing, or we can just click here and duplicate this whole thing and fit it here. We can click here, right click, duplicate this whole thing and fit here. But this again takes a long process. So each button here has the same function that is going on. So now procedure comes into handy. Why? Because we can click on procedure and we can just say we want our procedure, let's call this procedure 1, and we want it to do something. So what we want this procedure to do is basically everything that we've input here under the do section for each button. So we can just copy this, fit it here, copy this as well, take it and fit it here. Let me create space so that you can see. So procedure helps in that now that we've made it easier for ourselves by saying procedure 1 should do all this, and we want all this to happen for all of these buttons. So that's why it comes in handy where we don't need this anymore. We don't need this part anymore. We don't need the do part here anymore because we've already set it here. And what we can do is we just take whatever is in here, throw it out, because it just makes things complicated. Whatever is in here, we throw it out, delete. Whatever is in here, we throw it out. And what we simply do, since we now have our procedure 1 to do this, we just go back to procedures and we say call procedure 1, and we fit it into button 1. We call procedure 1 again, we fit it into button 2 because we want the same thing for button 2. We click procedure again, fit it into button 3, and this just makes it easier in that when we say now when button 1 is clicked, just do procedure 1, of which procedure 1 is this whole function, this whole coding here, and this makes it easier. And we wanted the same for button 2, so here's procedure 1. When button 2 is clicked, do procedure 1 again. When button 3 is clicked, do procedure 1 again. And this is basically how we use the do function, the procedure to do function, do coding here on MIT App Inventor. Yeah, and this basically makes it easier because we only get to write the coding once, and then from then on we have labeled the coding so that we can just easily fit it into where it's needed instead of repeating all these blocks over and over again. So if we have another button, what we can do is we just click button 4 and say when you click button 4, if we wanted to do the same thing again, we go to procedures and we just say call procedure 1, and it will do as functioned, it will do as told. Yes, so this also means that if we want to take this call do function out of here and we replace, let's say this with this, it will still perform the same thing as button 1, button 2, and button 3, because at the end of the day, this is procedure 1, and we've proved it and we've shown it here. So that is something to just take note of. Okay, so moving on, we can delete this We can delete button 3, and we can delete, or we can just leave button 2 here. Now to use the second one, procedure block, we have procedure to result. For result, we can say here, let's call this one procedure 2. And with procedure 2, we want the result to be here, procedure 2. So how we can use this one as well, for example, let's say we take button 2 and we delete this, and we say, for example, we want to set the text on label 1 to give us procedure 2. And this will simply give us what is written here. And let's say it's complicated still. Let's say we have this again duplicated and we put it here, which means whatever we are calling here under procedure 2, it'll be whatever we've labeled the result for procedure 2 to be. Okay, so we can delete this. Delete. And let's say here, let's make this less complicated, and we say we want procedure 1 to be the text from label 1. Set text on label 1 for procedure 1 to get, let's say here we click settings here, we can add an input. So let's add an input here, and the variable here will be x. So we can put this here, and this will be saying that we want the text in label 1 to get the variable x here. And if you see now, if you've noticed, it doesn't say call procedure anymore. It says call procedure, and then also it puts in the input x here, and which means we have to attach a string to it. So we click text, and let's add here, and we say we want to evaluate the input x. This would basically mean that, say we click button 1, and when we click button 1, it will now call this procedure 1, which means we're setting the text here in label 1 to get the variable of x, of which the variable of x is the text evaluate input x, meaning that when we click the button, the text inside label 1 will be the input variable evaluate input x, and that is what will pop up on our mobile device when we connect to it, and also our emulator when we connect to it as well. I won't be showing the mobile device and the emulator connected right now, just for demonstration purposes, because it will take time usually to connect, but you can do so as I'm teaching, and you can see for yourself that this will come out as we've basically programmed it here. You'll find that now if you click button 1, procedure 1 now becomes the text inside the text inside label 1 becomes the variable x, of which we've set it to say evaluate input x. So that is the text that will pop up when we click button 1. And this is basically how we handle the blocks here under procedures, which is actually not too complicated. It makes things easier because there are a lot of complex programming codings that we will come across that we will do, for example, for games. So procedures kind of just shortens it and just minimizes it into just a compact block so that there's not too many blocks running around all over your viewer. And thank you for watching this video. Thank you. We have basically completed the built-in blocks. Please do feel free to go back and go through all the blocks, built-in blocks, if you're unsure of how they work and function. I will see you in the next video where we'll be getting into a few tutorials, a few examples, now that we've covered the Designer tab and the Blocks Editor tab here on MIT App Inventor, which means we are ready and we can go for fully creating our mobile apps. We can create game apps, calculator apps, any kind of apps, drawing apps. We will be getting into that. So do make sure that you've understood up to this point everything that you need to know about the basics of MIT App Inventor, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So now that you have understood all the necessary content needed to make your mobile app development, we are now going to start on tutorials. So in this video, we are having our tutorial 1, which is called Press Me, and we are going to basically show you how you can disguise a button with an image and tap the button so that it plays a sound. So without taking any longer, let's get right to it so you know exactly what I mean. So you open your Google search browser and we search for MIT App Inventor. Press enter and we go here so that it takes us to the main page. And then remember, at the top left corner, we go to create apps here. We click create apps. And here we will be logging into our software. Once you're here, click continue. And we want to start a new project. So we go to the top, we click projects, and we click start new project, and we want to call this one project _ tutorial 1 and click OK. This will give us a fresh, new, clean working space to work on, and we can get started right away. So here, remember, we have on our left hand side the palette where we can pick our components, and once we've picked our components, they will just be displayed here in the viewer and also as well under components. Here they will show, in this column, it will show the components that we've picked. And on the right hand side, we have the properties that we will use to change up and change certain attributes of our components depending on how we want our components set out to be. So here we can get started right away. So like I said, this tutorial 1 is called Press Me, where we are going to have a button disguised with an image, and when we tap on that button, it is going to play a sound. So first we're going to upload our media. So how we do that is, here we have palette, here we have viewer, here we have components, here we have properties, and don't forget here at the bottom we have our media. So this is where we will be uploading our files that we need. So we're going to program the app to have 2 images, and each image will play a different sound. So which means we need 2 images and 2 different sounds. So under media, we are going to upload all those 4 files, the 2 images and the 2 playing sounds. So we click upload file and we click choose file, and this box will now pop up, and what we want is we want these 4 here at the top. We want a bee, this buzzing bee picture. We'll take that, open, okay. And now to choose the sound for the buzzing bee, choose file. We select the bee sound, press open, okay. Upload file again, choose file. We want the cat here, press open, okay. And we want to upload the cat animal sound, this one called meow, open, press OK. So now here we have our 2 images and our 2 sounds. Next, we are going to set out our viewer to accommodate the files that we've uploaded. So each image is going to be represented by a button. So in this case, since we have 2 images, we're going to need 2 buttons. So we have our button here for maybe the cat, and another button here for the bee. And then we need labels as well, because we need to incorporate that into our app. I'll show you why we need it in a few minutes. So let's add our labels under each button. There's the first label there, and there's the other label there. And we want to arrange them vertically. So we can do this by either you can go to layout and choose a vertical arrangement here and insert everything inside. In the order that we put them in. And now that we've placed all our buttons and labels in the vertical arrangement, we can spread the vertical arrangement such that it fills the whole screen. And we do this by going to components here, clicking vertical arrangement. We click on it here, and we set the height and the width to fill parent, meaning to fill the whole height of the screen, as you can see here. And then the width, we click here as well, and we say fill parent, and this should fill the whole width of the screen. Next, we can set our buttons and our labels to whatever we want to set them to by going to properties. So for our button 1, we want this one to be the cat. So we click on button 1 here. We can rename it. Rename button to cat. Click OK. And we can rename button 2 as well to B, like so. And we can change the button here to the picture of the cat. How do we do that? We click the button, we go to properties, we scroll down, and we go to where it says image. Here it says none. We are just about to change that, so we click image here and we change it to cat and we say okay. And there, right, as you can see, the cat image is now displayed on the screen. We still have this text for button 1 here. We can remove that by clicking the cat button and scrolling down on properties to where it says text, and we remove here text for button because we don't need that. But now the picture has taken too much of the screen space, so we need to reduce that so that we can also fit in the B picture. And how do we do that? We go to the height and width of the image. So let's change the height to, let's say, height at 30%. Let's see how that looks. And then change the width as well to 30%. It's a bit too small. Maybe the width we can change to 50%. Let's see how that looks. And then increase the height maybe to 35. Yeah, something like that. And then, since we changed the height to 35% and width to 50%, let's do that for the B as well. So we click on text button for 2, and that is the B button, and we go again to image under properties, click image, and we click buzzing B, and we say okay. And then what we do is, we said we changed the height for the cat to 35. So let's do 35 here as well. And we change the width, 35%. 35%. And change the width to 50. Like that. And see, again here we have text for button 2. We need to remove that, so we go to where it says text and we remove that, and now it is gone. So now each button has been disguised with an image, and let's name the labels. So for the first label for the cat, we can rename it to, for example, tap the cat. This will indicate to the user that they should tap the button, the cat image here. Then for text label for 2, we can rename it to tap the B. This will indicate to the user that they need to tap the B button. And then also, if we want, we can arrange all of these here to the center so that it just looks more aesthetic. And we can do this by clicking the vertical arrangement here and aligning horizontally to the center and aligning vertically to the center. Once this is done, now we are done with the buttons and the labels. We want to now see how we can place the sound. In order to place the sound, we need to go back to our palette and click media, and what we want to look for is player, to play sound. So we drag this into the screen, player 1. This will be for the cat, and we drag another player inside for the B, and that will be player 2. But as you can see, it's not displayed in the viewer. Why? Because it is a hidden component. It's a non-visible component. As you can see here at the bottom of the screen viewer, it says non-visible components here are player 1 and player 2, which means it will work behind the scenes, but it is inside the screen 1. So for player 1, we want it to play the cat sound. So we click on player 1, we can rename it to cat sound and press OK, and we can rename player 2 to bee sound and press OK. And now, using properties, let's align and sync in the cat sound to play under the player 1, which is this one we renamed to cat sound, and we do the same for the bee sound. So we click cat sound, we go to properties, we click source, and we want to put the meow sound here. Click OK, and we can change the volume to however how loud we want it to be. 50, can even change it, let's leave it at 70. Then if you want the sound to loop, you can check this box, meaning it will keep playing the sound, keep playing, keep playing, keep playing. But in this case, we just want it to play once, so we don't need to click the loop. Then there's also play only in foreground. If you want to select that, you can. If not, you can leave it. In this case, we'll leave it. So now that we've added the cat sound, let's do the bee sound. So we click the bee sound and we go to source again, and we click the buzzing bee sound here and say OK. And then we change the volume to 70 again. And voila, that is how you do it. So again, with the labels, if you want, you can customize your labels to however you want it to be. We can change label 1, which is the cat label, to maybe a bigger font size if you want. Let's say 20. And we can put it in bold as well if you want. You can put it in italics if you want. And you can change the necessary details there. If you want to change the text color, you can. If you want to change the background color, maybe we can change this one to, let's say, the pink color that is used in the same image here, there as well. And then if you want as well, it's up to you how you want to change and align your text. And then for the B, we can do the same. Click on the B label, change the size to 20 again. Sorry about that. 20. Change it to bold. And we can change the background color to whatever we want. We can click yellow and we can leave it like that. Then moving on, once we've designed the screen, we can go to our blocks tab so that we set up the programming. And we do this by going to the block side, clicking blocks, and we can start right away by designing our programming for the software. Right, so once we're here, remember, if we go back to our designer, we want to make sure that when the user taps the cat here, the instruction is to tap the cat. When the user taps the cat sound will play. When the user taps the bee sound will play. So we do this by going to blocks and we look for the cat button. We want to start with the cat. So we click on cat, and we are saying when the cat button is clicked, we want it to do something. So in this case, we wanted to play the cat sound. And how we can do that is we go to the cat sound and we pick the block that says call cat sound start. This will allow for the cat sound to play as soon as the button is clicked. And let's do the same for the B sound as well. We click the B sound here. We click the B button, and we say when the B button is clicked, we want the B sound to start playing. So we call for B sound to start playing. And as simple as that, that is actually how you program the buttons to play their respective sounds. So now we can test this out by connecting our devices to the app inventor. We can use our mobile device. If we're using mobile device, we go here to connect, we click connect, and we click AI companion. But make sure your mobile device has the AI companion app inside, because it can only work if your mobile device has the app installed inside. Otherwise, we can use the emulator. We can download onto our computers, and in order to start up the connection with the emulator, we have to start up the starter program. So in this tutorial, I will show you how to play the app using your emulator. So first, you open your starter program. I've already opened it, which is this one here, AI starter. Then we minimize it. We can go back to our designer here, and we go and click connect, and we go down to emulator, and we wait. Right, so our emulator has popped up now, and we're waiting for it to load the app. Right, so as you can see, our app has been uploaded, and you can see it's an exact reflection of what is being displayed in the viewer. And I hope the sound can play here for you to listen. But if I tap on the cat, I hope you heard that it plays the cat sound. If I tap on the B, it plays the B sound. And this is exactly how we wanted to program it. So this shows you that what we've done is exactly correct. If you can't hear the sound, let me play it again. If we tap the cat, it makes the cat sound. If we tap the B, it makes the B sound. If you aren't able to hear it clearly, you can again connect your mobile device or connect the emulator to your computer and try it out for yourself with the exact steps that I showed you from the beginning, and you will definitely get to hear exactly what I'm hearing. It'll play as it should, and everything should be foolproof and ready for you to work. So that is it for our tutorial 1. Thank you so much for watching. Hope to see you in the next video, where we will be talking about tutorial 2. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will be discussing tutorial 2, also known as checkboxes and screens, where we will be creating an app that uses checkboxes to change screen background colors. So without taking too long, let's go ahead and get started. We open our Google search browser and we search for MIT App Inventor, like so. MIT App Inventor. Press enter and we wait. Make sure your computer is connected to the internet. We click the top search here, which will take us to the main page. And again, as usual, we go to the top left corner and we click Create Apps. So click on Create Apps here and we wait. This will take you to your login page. If you haven't already logged in, please log in with your details. And now, as usual, we click Continue. And we want to start afresh on a new project. So we go to the top corner, we click Project, and we click Start New Project. And let's call this project Tutorial 2 and press OK. This should give us a fresh new clean space where we can start working on our mobile app. Right. So here on the left hand side, remember we have our palette where we search our components. We choose our components from here, and how we choose them is we select any and drag and hold onto the screen. That's what we do. So for example, if we want a button, we click on button and we drag that into the screen. And in the viewer, that's where it will display the components that we've chosen, the physical view, the visual view of how the components will look like on our mobile app. And then under components here, it shows the components that we've picked. So here under palette, it shows the components that you can pick, and here under components it will show the components that you have picked for your mobile app. And then on the left hand side we have properties where we can change the properties of the components we've selected, and this is all to do in the designer stage of the mobile app process. And if you want to upload any media onto your mobile application, we can do so by scrolling down, and where this media tab is, we can always click upload file to upload any file from our computer into the web browser. So after designer, as usual, we go to blocks, and blocks is where we will carry out the programming of our mobile app. So for this mobile application that we're going to do for tutorial 2, it is called checkboxes and screens, where we will be doing with checkboxes, and we will be using these checkboxes to change the screen background color of the screen in our mobile app. So we have our button here. We can remove that because I was just trying to show you how we can how components are displayed in the viewer. But I can use this opportunity to show you that to delete a component, you just click on it, whether you click on it in the viewer or components, it doesn't matter, and then you click delete, and this will allow you to delete the component from your viewer, from your mobile app entirely. So it says here, deleting this component will delete all blocks associated with it, especially meaning that if you've already set up the programming for your components, if you delete a component, it will delete its programming with it. So in this case, we haven't set any programming yet, but nonetheless, we want to delete it because we want a fresh, new, clean page. And what we're going to do is, like I said, this tutorial 2 is to do with checkboxes. This tutorial might be a little bit too long because I'm going to explain a lot of processes, because here for this tutorial we are going to be dealing with checkboxes. We are going to be dealing with the control blocks, meaning the if-else blocks, and also we're going to be dealing with procedure blocks, and I'll show you how to do it in this tutorial. So we want to set up an app such that when we check a certain box, whatever the checkbox is labeled as, we want the screen background color to change to that color. So for example, if we have a blue checkbox, we want to change the screen color to blue. If we have a red checkbox, we want to change it to red. So we do this by dragging out our checkboxes. Let's do one for blue, and let's do one for red. Right. Again, once we've dragged our components, we now design how we want them aligned onto our screen. For the first checkbox, we want to set it to the color blue. So how do we do that? We click the first checkbox. When we click it here, as you can see, it will show up here, and we scroll down to properties and we look for text, and under text where it says text for checkbox, we want this checkbox to be set as blue, meaning when we check it, it will turn to blue. And then we do the same thing for the second checkbox. We want this one to be red. Then we can align these two. If you want, you can change the handwriting. Let's make it size 16 for both. So I'm on checkbox 2 right now. I've set it to 16. Right, good. And then for checkbox 1, I'm going to set it to 16, the font size as well, and done. And let's say we want to align these two checkboxes to the middle of the screen. How do we do that? We go to screen, we click on screen under components, and we say we want to align the screen horizontally to the center, meaning across the screen we want it to come to the center, and then also vertically we want it to align to the center, just like so. Again, if you want, you can adjust how big you want the checkbox to be. That is up to you. You can set it to automatic, you can set it to any size you want. For example, here I can say, let me change the width here to, let's say, 25%. Let's see how that looks. That's how it looks. And we can do the same for the red if you want to. But I'll just leave the blue as it was before to automatic. That is fine with me. And then there we have it. So we've aligned our checkboxes to the center. And once we've done that, we want to, remember again how we want to program the app. We want to say when we check blue, let's leave it, if we click on checkbox here we have the option to check the box if we want to, or to leave it unchecked. We want to leave it unchecked so that when the user opens the mobile app, they get to choose which color they want their screen to be. So it's best to leave them unchecked, right? If you want, you can still set, there are more properties on the way you can edit out the checkbox. If you want the font to be bold, we can make it bold. Even for the red one, we can make it bold as well. That's up to you. So for this app, we want it such that when the blue box is checked, the screen will become blue. And if the red box is checked, we want the red box, the screen to be red. But when they are both not checked, we want it to remain as white. And if they're both checked, meaning if there's a check here and a check here, if the user taps and makes them both checked, we want an error message to pop up and say error message because two boxes were ticked, for example. How we do that is we can, to include an error message when both checks are ticked, we can add a label into the screen under the two checkboxes, and this label we can program it so that when the user checks blue and checks red, checks blue like this, and checks red like this, then the text for text label should say error message, choose one box only, because a screen can't be two colors at the same time. It has to be one or the other. So we are going to program the mobile app to give us an error message if both boxes are ticked. So again, just to recap, we want to program so that if blue is ticked alone, the screen should be blue. If red is ticked alone, then the screen should be red. If blue and red is both ticked, we want this label to show that it is an error and the user should only pick one box. If there's no check on any of them, that would mean the user hasn't picked a color yet, which means the background should still be white. So that's how we're going to program our software, our application to work. So while we are using this label to display an error message, for now, when the screen initializes, meaning when the mobile app starts, this label should be empty at the initial stage. And to do that is to just remove this text for label that is written here inside the label. We can format that by removing the text here, because if we leave it saying text for label 1, when we open the app, it's going to say text for label 1, which is what we don't need. We only need the label to display a message only when both boxes are ticked. And when the message is displayed, the error message is displayed, we want to make sure that the size is big enough inside the text. So make sure the text is 20, size 20. Maybe we can also put it in bold. And then since we do not want this writing to show when we start the app, we can go to text here and remove the label, the text inside the label, so that it's empty when we open our app. So this is how we want our app to look like when we open it. Now, so I think this is basically all for the design. We want to start the app with both the blue checkbox and the red checkbox unchecked. And then we have our label here. We don't want it to say anything, only for it to say something to display a text when both boxes are ticked. So next, once we've done basically the design of the first screen, we can move on to the blocks and program the checkbox 1 and the checkbox 2 and the label to do the necessary programming, the necessary behavior for it to work successfully. Now, because here it says checkbox 1 and checkbox 2, we do not want to, it's a bit confusing because sometimes you might not remember which one is the red one, which one is the blue one. So what we can do is go back to designer and we can rename the checkboxes so that they display the name of what the actual text is on the screen. So for the blue one, the blue one is checkbox 1, and we can rename it by going down here and let's call it blue box. And then for the red one, which is checkbox 2, we can rename it to red box and click OK. And for the label one, we can call the label error, just so that we remember that this label represents the error message. Now, when we go back to blocks, we can see that it's a bit more clear and it's a bit more easier for us to start doing the programming because we've labeled the checkboxes how we want them to be set up. Now that we've done the design, we can go to, we can work on the programming. So we want to design a program for when blue is ticked, blue will change. For when red is ticked, red will change. For when both blue and red are checked, there's an error message. And when they are not checked, there is a white background still. How do we do that? Let's come up with a procedure for what we've just said. So we want to say that we can start by determining the condition that is needed for the error message to pop up. So what I mean is the error message for determining the programming for when an error message needs to pop up, we said both the blue and the red box need to be checked. So how do we do this? We can use the logic blocks. We can drag the AND here, and we can say we want this equal sign here. I'll show you why. And we want another equal sign. Let me just set up the block so that you will understand what I mean as we go. So for the first one, we want to say when any of the buttons are clicked, a certain procedure has to happen. And this procedure, let's break it down first. So we want to say, for example, let's work with the blue box first. If the blue box is checked and it is true, and we want to do right now we want to set up a program for when both boxes are clicked at the same time. So which means when both boxes are checked, which means when both boxes are checked and it is true that they are checked. So for the blue box, let's say it's checked and let's say it's true. We're done with that condition. And then we want to say for the red one as well, let's say the red box is checked and the app verifies that it's true as well. So we fit this here. We want both conditions to happen at the same time to show the error message. To do that, it means this blue box being checked and it's true that is being checked, and this red box being checked and it's true that is checked. They both have to happen at the same time for us to have the error message pop up. So we use the AND logic box to show that this and this is happening at the same time. So we drag that in there and we drag this in there. So again, what we are saying is when the blue box is checked and it is true, and also at the same time when the red box is checked and it is true, then we want to set the text in the label. We want to set the text in the label to say, what do you want the error message to be? To say error, choose one box only. So we want this error message to pop up when it is true that the blue box is checked and also when it is true that the red box is checked. To join these together, we use the if function. So bring the if function there and we are saying if the blue box is checked and it is true, and the red box is checked and it is true, we want to set the text in the error label to say error, choose one box only. And also we want to set the background to remain white even when both blue and red boxes are checked, because you can't have two colors at the same time, so it should remain as white. So to do that, we say set screen color, meaning that we want the screen color to remain white. So we go to colors, we scroll up, and we want it to stay as white. So we put that here under what we've set for the text in the error box. And yes, exactly. So again, this is saying that if the blue box is checked and it is true, and also at the same time, if the red box is checked and it is true, meaning both red and the blue box are ticked at the same time, then we want the text in the error label to say error, choose one box only. And also we want to set the screen background so that it remains white. Right, so we finished the first condition for having two boxes that are ticked at the same time. What about two boxes not being ticked at the same time? If none of them are ticked, which means the screen will remain white, and also the label will have to remain without any text because no box has been ticked. We don't need an error message because the error message is only for when two boxes are selected. If no box is selected, there's no error, it still remains white. So we add another else if function inside here. And we are saying, we copy this again, duplicate, bring it here. We're saying or else. So the first condition is when both boxes are checked and it's true that they are checked. Let's say both boxes are checked, but it is false they are checked, meaning none of them are checked. So we change true here to false. This would mean that the blue box is not checked. It cancels what is being said here. And here we are also saying again, if the red box is not checked. If it's not checked, we click false for that. So we are saying now, if the blue box is not checked and if the red box is not checked at the same time, this and means both of them have to happen at the same time. Then we are going to set the screen background color to white. Why white? Because none of the boxes have been ticked. And then also we are going to set the error, the text in the error, to say nothing, meaning we're going to leave it as blank because there's no error there. Because if we do not mention that we want the label to say nothing, it might still remain as error, choose one box only. So we need to show that only the label should state that there's an error when two boxes are ticked. If there's any other arrangement of how the check boxes are ticked, then there should be no text in the label. It should remain blank. So if to make the text box remain blank, we just leave the text string here blank, meaning that the label will have no written information inside. So now we have so far completed the condition for when both boxes are checked and it is true, and we have completed for when both boxes are checked but it is false, meaning it actually isn't checked. In both situations, the background will remain white, but for the condition where both boxes are checked and it's true, an error should pop up to say choose one box only. And for the second one, where none of the boxes are checked, the background remains white and the label inside, the text inside the label remains blank, which means we don't need the label to say anything if none of the boxes are ticked. Now let's add another condition for, let's say, so far we have done when both boxes are ticked, and so far we have also done when both boxes are not ticked. How about we try when one box is ticked and the other is not? So we can start with the blue one first. Let's work on the condition for where the blue box is ticked and the red box is not ticked. So we add another else if inside here, and we want to do a condition for where the blue box is checked and the red box is not checked. So we duplicate this whole green block here, bring it down here. But this time, instead of both of them being true, we want the blue one to be true only, and then at the same time we want the red one to be false, meaning that in this case the blue one is on and the red one is not on. So when the blue one is checked and the red one is not checked, that obviously means that the screen needs to be in the color blue. So, which means we are going to set the screen color in this case. So we duplicate here. We want to set the screen background color so that it is the color blue. Right? So this means that if blue is ticked and red is not ticked at the same time, then the screen background color will be blue. And then also, let's not forget what we want the label to say. When blue is ticked only, which means the screen will be blue, and there's no need to write anything inside the label because the screen is going to turn blue anyway, so which means it is correct. So for the text inside the label, we can leave it as blank. So now, so far we've done 3 conditions. We've done the first one for when both of them are ticked. We've done the first one for both of them being ticked. We've done the second one for both of them not ticked. We've done the third one for the blue one checked and the red one not checked. Now let's do the fourth one where red is checked and blue is not checked. So we duplicate this again, and we want to add another if, else if, and for this will be the last condition because we've already done for when both are ticked and we've already done for when both are not ticked, and now we're doing for blue being ticked only. And then the last one is when red is ticked only. So for the last one, we are saying if the blue box is checked and it is false, meaning it is not ticked. Remember here in the third one, we said the blue box is ticked and the red box is not ticked. Now for the last one, we are saying blue is not ticked, which is the opposite of this. And we are saying the red is ticked this time, meaning that again the blue is off and the red is on. If the blue is off and the red is on, then which means we are setting the screen background color to the color red. So set screen background color to red. We select red here, sorry. And also, since it's not an error, we are going to duplicate this block to say the text in the error label should remain blank. And that is basically the procedure for how we want to set our boxes to be. So again, the first one, we are saying if both the blue box is true and and at the same time the red one is true, meaning red and blue are ticked, then an error message should pop up and say error, choose one box only. And we want the screen background color to remain as white because both are picked and we can't have both colors being displayed at the same time, so it should just remain as white. Then the second condition, we are saying that, let's say the blue box is false and also the red box is false, meaning they are both not checked. If both are not selected, then the screen should remain white again, but there's no need for an error message because no boxes have been ticked, so it will remain as it is. The third condition, we are saying that the blue box is ticked and the red box is not ticked there. It says false. Meaning that if blue box is ticked only, then the screen background color should be blue. And since it's not an error, then the text and the label will be set to blank, meaning nothing will be written in the label. Then lastly, we are saying that, let's say the blue is off and the red is on. If the red is on and the blue is off, then which means the screen background color should change to red and the text in the error label should be blank because there's no error. As you can see, these are a lot of blocks, and it is important to put the logic block AND because we want both conditions to happen at the same time. They have to happen at the same time. Now, with this said, we want all of this to happen when either the red box is checked or when the blue box is checked. Meaning that we go here to the blue box under blocks, and we are saying when the blue box is changed, we want all of this to be considered. So we insert it here. And then we are also saying when the red box is changed as well, we want all of this to be set up. So we go to red box and we are saying when the red box is changed, we want the same conditions to happen. We want the same conditions to apply. So we duplicate all of this and we drag it inside here as well, so that these conditions happen for when the blue box is changed and also when the red box is changed. Now, as you can see, this looks like a long process, but we can break it down into a procedure, which I will show you how to do. But first, before we do that, let's test out and see if these conditions work, whether we tick the blue box or whether we tick the red box, that all these conditions will apply. So we go back to designer and we want to connect. I'm going to connect using an emulator. Right, so if you want to link your mobile device, you click AI Companion and make sure your mobile device has the AI Companion app installed inside it in order for you to proceed, and you can connect to the app by using a QR scan code or barcode. But in my case here, just for demonstration, I will show you how to connect to the emulator. So before you connect to the emulator, make sure you have started up your starter program, which is the software you should download in order to use the emulator on your computer. I've already done that. If you need a recap on that, there is video number 3, which shows you how to link your emulator to your computer. And once you've downloaded the emulator onto your computer, in order to use the emulator, you need to run up the starter program, which I have done here. The starter program is here, and we minimize that. Once this is opened, we minimize it, and we can now go to connect here and click emulator. And we wait patiently for the emulator to load up. Right, so once your emulator has loaded up the application, we can test out our block here, the programming. Remember, these were all the conditions we set out for the necessary possibilities of how the checkbox could be selected on our screen. For example, we can have a situation where both boxes are checked. In that case, the text displayed in the label will say there's an error to choose one box only, and the screen background will remain white. And then there's another condition where we are saying, say both checkboxes are not ticked, then the screen should still remain white, but it's not an error. So the label remains blank. Then we have our third condition where we are saying, say one of them is ticked, in this case the blue one, it's true for the blue one and it's false for the red one. In that case, that means blue is only selected and the screen background color will change to blue, and it's not an error, so the label in the error box will remain blank. And then the last condition, we are saying, what about when the red box is ticked and the blue box is not ticked? Then we are saying that it should remain red and it's not an error, so we leave the label as blank. And all these conditions should apply when the blue box is changed, and also the same condition should apply when the red box is changed. So let's test it out and see. So we go to our emulator and let's see what happens when we select blue. When we check blue, the screen turns blue. If we remove blue, the screen is white because none is selected. Red is not selected, blue is not selected. How about when we tick red? The screen turns red. How about when we untick red? It will remain as white because none of them are selected. How about when blue is ticked and red is ticked? Error, choose one box only. That's when the error message pops out and the screen remains white because you can't have two colors at the same time. Let's say we unselect red and we leave blue selected. The screen remains blue, which is correct because blue is the only one ticked. Again, if we tick both of them, it will say error, choose one box only. Okay, fine. Let's say we leave out the blue and we only want the red one ticked, so we unselect blue. That will leave the red one on. So as you can see, our programming is foolproof, and it has shown that we have actually programmed the application better than I thought it would, and this is perfect. So this is good because when both boxes are ticked, it says error, choose one box only. If I choose one box, the blue one will be blue. If I choose the red one and blue one, it will say error box only. If I remove the blue and leave the red, it will show the red. If I don't tick any of them, it will remain white because I haven't ticked any of them. And that's how it works. Now, I'll show you a way to shorten this procedure. Instead of having the same conditions put here and the same conditions put here, we can minimize this whole if block into one procedure. And we do this by going to procedures. We click this procedure button here that says, let me zoom in so that you see what it says. That says to procedure do, meaning that we choose This do means that it's indicating what exactly you want to deal with, what exactly you want to do. So what I want to do, the procedure I want to carry out is this long one here. And we do that by, we can easily duplicate. And we are saying all of this here should be called procedure, right? Now we want this whole procedure to work when the blue box is changed, and we want this whole procedure to work when the red box is changed. So we can do that by removing this because we don't need this anymore. We've set out a procedure for it. So sorry, I duplicated that by mistake. Delete. Let's remove this block from here. We don't need it anymore because we have the procedure done already. And let's remove this one as well. And let's bring this here. And let's show this here. So the conditions are still the same here. We're saying in this procedure, we want a situation where when both boxes are true, meaning both boxes are checked, the text inside the error box will say error, choose one box only. And then a situation where both boxes are not checked, we want the screen background to remain as white and we want the label to be blank. It's not an error. And here, when two boxes are selected, you can't have two colors at the same time, so the screen background color should remain as white. And then in the third condition, we are saying if blue is ticked only and red is not ticked, then the color of the background should be blue and the error label should remain blank. And then we're saying if the blue one is off and the red one is on, we want the background color to remain as red, and it's not an error, so we leave the error label as blank. This is the whole procedure that we carried out. Now we want this procedure to play when the blue box is ticked and also when the red box is ticked. And we do that by going back to procedures and we choose call procedure. Let me zoom in on that. We are selecting call procedure and we put this inside here and we copy it again and we put it inside here. This means that when the blue box is changed, we want to call the procedure, and this procedure is everything that is written in here. And also when the red box is selected, we want this procedure to happen again when the red box is selected, so which means we call procedure, meaning we call this to happen again. And this is an easier way of carrying out the programming. Now let's go back and see if it works. So we go back to designer, we bring back our emulator, and let's see if anything's changed. Right, so when we check blue, it turns blue. When we remove blue, it's white because none are ticked. When we select red, it'll become red. If we remove red, none are ticked, so the background stays white and there's no error message. But if we take blue and we take red, it'll say error, choose one box only, and the screen is back to white. And if we remove the red and leave blue on only, it will remain as blue. If we remove the blue and we put red, it will remain as red. If we tick again both of them, it will say error, choose one box only. And if we remove the blue, red is only selected and red will remain. And this is basically all for tutorial 2 on check boxes and screens. I know this was a long tutorial, but I'm sure it was fun. You can try it out again by yourself without even needing my help, because I'm sure by now you would have gotten the hang of it. But if you're still a bit confused on how to do the programming, then you can always go back and rewind and you can check how to do the programming, especially around the if blocks. There's a bit of a it's a bit of a hard one there, but as you can see, it's easier when you just have to type in the whole procedure once, then doing it twice for the blue box and twice for the second time for the red box, like how I showed you earlier on. As you can see, using the procedure block made it shorter and easier to handle. So when you have long procedures to include in creating a mobile app, it's easier to set the procedure into one block so that when you include it in the other control boxes, it's not heavier to carry. It's easier. As you can see, it's simple here. When blue box is changed, do procedure, and same for the red box. It makes things easier. So thank you for watching this tutorial. I will see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will be looking at tutorial 3 called Buttons and Screens, where tapping a button will determine the screen background color of our app. Now, without taking too long, let's get right to it. So we open our Google search browser and we search again for MIT App Inventor. Press enter. And we go to our home page. Remember, when this page is displayed, we go to the top where we click Create Apps, and this will take us to the home page where we fill in our login details. Once you are here, click Continue, and we want to start a new project. So we go to Project here at the top and we click Start New Project, and let's call this one Project Tutorial 3 and click OK. This will give us a new blank working space where we can start working. Right, here we have our empty viewer. We have our components here that we can select from. Once selected, they will pop up here under components. So far we have screen 1, which is what is being displayed here on the viewer. And then here we can change our properties as well of our respective components. And remember as well, you can change the size of your viewer, make it phone size or tablet size or monitor size, which is really big, but it is up to you. For now, we'll be working with the phone size. So this is the designer page, and then we'll move to programming the app by clicking here, which is blocks. And again, we have another empty viewer, and this is where we'll be displaying our block-based programming. So if we go back to designer, we can now start on what we are working on. So for this app, for this new app that we are creating, this for tutorial 3, it is called Buttons and Screens, where we are going to have buttons on our screen, and each button will be programmed to change the screen background color to whatever we want it to be. So for example, we can have a button called the red button. Once we tap it, the screen background will now change to red. Blue button for blue background color, green for green background color, yellow, and so on and so forth. So for this tutorial, we can do, let's do 4 background colors. So which means we need 4 buttons. So we drag our first button here, our next button here, our next button here, and our 4th button here. So all these buttons, depending on what we set them out to be, if we click on this one, it will change the screen background color to a certain color, and so on and so forth with the rest of the buttons. Let's start by editing our components. Let's start with button 1. Let's have button 1 be red, right? So let's call this button red. And let's call the second button, let's say we want it to be green. Let's call the third button yellow. And then the fourth button, we can call it black. Now, as you can see, the buttons are not all the same size because of the text inside, but if you want to change them to the same width, we can do that. So let's try that. Let's change the red button. Let's change all of them to a width of, let's say, 20%. Let's see how that looks. So as you can see, I've clicked the red button, which is button 1, and I've gone to properties, I've gone to width, and I'm changing it to 20%. Right. So let's do that for the other buttons. The second button is the green button. Let's also change the width to 20. Click OK. Right, as you can see, it's the same. The yellow button, let's do the same thing and change the width to 20%. That's button 3. As you can see here, that's the one that's selected, which is the yellow button. And the black button, let's change it as well. That's button 4. We change the width to 20% and click OK. Now you can see they're all the same width and they're all the same height. And also, just for reference sake, when we go to the blocks, we can see that our components are still written as button 1, button 2, button 3, button 4. But sometimes you may not remember which button you called which button. What I mean is that you might not remember which button here was the red button, which one is the green one, which one is the yellow one. So just to make it easier for you, we can go back to Designer and we can rename the buttons to what we've named their text on the button. So for example, like the red button here, we've called it red here. So to make it easier, we can rename button 1 to say red button. So we rename here. The old name is button 1 and the new name we want to change it to red. We can say underscore button like this, BTN short for button. Okay, now as you can see, it's changed the name of the red button from button 1 to red button. So when we go to blocks, you can see that when we see red button here, we know which button we are talking about. So let's do that for the other buttons as well. We have the green button here. That's button 2. We click rename. The old name is button 2, and now we are changing it to green underscore button. Click OK, and then button 3 is the yellow button, as you can see here, and we rename this to yellow button. Press OK, and the last one, instead of black, maybe let's change, just to make more vibrant colors. We have red, we have green, we have yellow. maybe instead of black, let's change altogether this black button to be magenta. Black is not really a nice color. We want bright colors, so let's change it to magenta instead. So the magenta, the black button is now magenta, and we'll call it the magenta button. Magenta is kind of like a pinkish color, if you do not know. So we have red, green, yellow, and magenta. So we've all renamed them. And if we go to blocks, we can see that here when we do our coding, our programming, we know which buttons we are referring to. Right, so we go back to designer. And it's up to you how you want to arrange the buttons. Do you want them at the top left of the screen, the center of the screen, top right, bottom left, bottom right? It's up to you. In this case, let's push them to the center of the screen. So how do we do that? We go to screen 1 and we say we want to align screen 1 such that vertically, meaning in this direction, vertically, we want to push them to the center. So in this direction, we want to put it to the center of the screen, which is here. And then horizontally, which means in this direction, horizontal direction, you want to push it to the center of the screen, the button. So we click center. And now all the buttons are in the center of the screen. They've been aligned horizontally to the center and vertically to the center. And we want to leave the background as white for now because we want to leave them in a color that is not named here, so that when we actually tap the button, we can see the change from the white to the colors that are on these buttons. Right. So all these buttons, remember, are placed on the screen like so. So which means when we program, we are going to program the screen background color, remember, to change depending on the button we tap. And we can call screen 1 if we want to. We can rename the screen 1. How we do that is we go to components, we click screen 1, we go to properties of screen 1, we go down and we look for the title, and instead of screen 1 we can call it screen color change. And what this would do is if we go back up, we can see it's no longer written screen 1 there, it's written screen color change. Moving on, now that we've designed our app, we now go on to the blocks, click blocks, and now we set our programming. So we want to make sure that when we open the app and tap red, then the screen background color will become red. If we tap green, it will change to green. If we tap yellow, it will change the screen color to yellow. If we tap magenta, it will change the whole screen to magenta. And we can do it. It doesn't have to be in order, as long as whatever button you tapped, it changes to the color that is written on the button. So we do this by going to blocks and let's start with the red button. So we click a red button and we want the block that we want to pick is this first one, meaning when we tap the red button, something should happen. So when the red button is clicked, we want the app to do something. And what do we want it to do? we want it to change the screen, right? We want it to set screen 1, the background color of screen 1 to red. So here we want to put the color that we want to set it to. How do we do this? We go to the built-in blocks colors and we find the color that we are looking for, which is red, this one here, and we bring it here. And if you want to change the color, we can always tap on the block here and change to whatever color we want to pick, but for this one we want red. So here we are saying when the red button is clicked, the program must then set the background screen color to red. Now let's do the same for green. So we click green, we bring it out here, and again we want to set, so we can copy this. Remember, we can duplicate the blocks. By this it means we can copy a block that has already been put out in the viewer. So we want this block again. So instead of going back and looking for it, we can easily duplicate it here. So we duplicate this one, and we are saying when the green button is clicked, we want this not to be red but to be green. So we can click here and let's pick a green color, like this one for example, or we can make it a little lighter, this one. Then we do the same thing for the yellow button. When the yellow button is clicked, again duplicate this. We want the screen background color to be yellow. So we can click here, or we can just delete this and look for the proper yellow color by going to colors here and picking yellow, and we join it here. Then lastly, we have the magenta button, and we are saying when the magenta button is clicked, we want to set, again we can copy here, or we can go back here and click screen 1 and look for background color. We want this one which says set, because we wanted to do this, we wanted to set the screen color. So we take that, we put that here inside here, and we want to set it to magenta. So we go to colors, we look for magenta. Magenta is this one here. And basically that's how you do it. So we are saying here, when red button is clicked, we want to set screen 1 to this background color, which is red. With the green button, we want to set it to green. With the yellow button to yellow. With magenta to magenta. And that's the programming we do for our software here. So we go back to designer, and to show that it actually works, we can connect to our mobile device or connect to our emulator. For this tutorial, I will connect by clicking here. I will connect to the emulator. And make sure before you connect to your emulator that you open your starter program, which is the program you need to download onto your computer in order to use the emulator. If you're using your mobile device to link to the software, then make sure you download the MIT AI Companion app on your mobile device so that you can link to the software using the QR scan code or the barcode. Right, so I've already loaded up my starter program. Here I can close it like this, minimize, then I click emulator and I wait for it to connect. Right, and now we have our emulator starting up. As you can see, our app has now been loaded up, and we have our buttons here. We have our red button here, green, yellow, and magenta, just like how we did it here. So let's see if it works, if our programming works. Remember, we programmed each button to set the screen background color to the text that is written on the button. So for red, let's see if we click red. Let's see if there's a color change. Clicking red, and there we go, the screen is now red. If we click green, the screen changes to green. If we click yellow, the screen changes to yellow. If we click magenta, the screen changes to magenta. And we can just go around and just tap it randomly in any order and see if it goes to the color that we need it to be. Red will always go red, yellow, always go yellow. Let's go to green. Green is green, magenta is magenta, back to red. Then let's go back to magenta, then green, yellow. So as you can see, it clearly works. The programming we did is foolproof and it fully functions. Now I want to give an example where we arrange these buttons in a horizontal arrangement and see how that can affect the programming. So let's minimize our emulator for now, and let's go back to our buttons here in our viewer, and we want to put them in a horizontal arrangement, meaning we want them aligned horizontally. How do we do this? We go to our palette here, we search through our components. For a horizontal arrangement, we click layout and we look for horizontal arrangement. We take this and we drag it inside. And in here, we should be able to fit in our buttons. So we fit in our red button first, our green button inside, our yellow button, and our magenta. The order doesn't really matter. Don't worry about that. And let's see how this works. So let's open our emulator again and see if there is a change. Right, so our emulator now shows our buttons arranged horizontally. Let's see what happens when we click red. There we go. Click yellow. Nice. Magenta. Beautiful. And green. Cool. So we can arrange our buttons any way we like, horizontally, vertically, and it still works, and the programming will still work just fine. As long as the buttons are programmed to what they're supposed to be doing, then however you arrange the buttons does not matter. So there we go. This is basically it for our tutorial 3. Buttons and screens, tapping our buttons in order to change our screen background color. Thank you for listening and hope to see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to tutorial 4, also known as Tap for a Surprise. In this tutorial, we will be looking at buttons, screens, we will be looking at images, making images visible and not visible. And so without taking too long, let's first log into the MIT App Inventor website, and then I'll show you what exactly we will be dealing with today. So we open our Google search browser and we type in MIT App Inventor and we press enter and we wait. Make sure your computer is connected to the internet, and then we click here the top search. so that it takes us to the main page. And once it takes us to the main page, as usual, we go to the top left corner and we click Create Apps. Once that is done, it'll take us to our login page. Once you've logged in with your details, it'll take you to the main home page. And here, as usual, we click Continue. And now, because this is a new tutorial altogether, we want to start a new project. So we go to the top left corner here where it says Projects, click Project, and we click Start New Project. In this project, we want to call it Tutorial 4 because this is where we are now. And press OK, and we wait for it to load up our new clean screen. Now, once we are here, as usual, we have our palette on the left-hand side where we can choose our components. And once we've selected our components by clicking them and dragging them onto the screen, it'll pop up here on our viewer how they will be displayed on our phone screens. And also here on the right-hand side, we have the components we've chosen. They will be listed here. And on the further right, we have the properties of the components. So we can set properties for the components we have selected. Now first, let's work on our design of our mobile app. So the mobile app we want to create is, we want to have a mobile app that has a button in the middle of the screen. Say, for example, the button says tap for a surprise, and when the user taps for a surprise, an image will then pop up and the surprise will show up. And also we can play a little sound, surprise sound, depending on what you want. We can play a sound or not, but I'll show you how to attach an image to a sound player as well. If you're still a bit confused about what I'm saying right now, don't worry. As we go, you will understand what I am trying to say. So first, on our home screen, we want our user, as soon as they initialize and open the application, to find the button on the first screen that says tap for surprise. So which means they aren't seeing the surprise yet. So which means the image is not visible at the beginning of the application once the app has been initialized. So to do this, we first drag in our button that we want them to tap, and also at the same time we have to add our image. Now when we add our image, we still have to add an image onto the screen even though we are not going to make it visible at the beginning. And this is because we have the option to choose whether we want the image to be visible when the app initializes or not. If we don't want the image to be visible, then here, once we've clicked image, you can see under properties, we can choose whether we want the image to be visible at the first glance when the app is initializing or not. So first, we have our button, then we have the image that will be the surprise that will show up to the user. Then also we want to add in, we go to media under palette, and we want to add in a player. Now this player is for the sound that will play as soon as the surprise opens. And player is a non-visible component, which means it works behind the scenes, but your MIT App Inventor will still notify you that at the end of the day, it is still a component. It's just not visible on the screen viewer. And we can see that the player is still included under components. So we have our button, we have our image, we have our player. Now let's align these inside a vertical arrangement. How do we do that? We go to the left-hand side and we look for layout. Once we click layout, we search for vertical arrangement and we drag this into the viewer, and now we put our button inside and we put our image inside as well. Now we want our vertical arrangement to fill up the screen. How do we do that? We go to the right hand side and we tap vertical arrangement, and we want it to fill the whole screen. So to do that, height wise, once we've clicked vertical arrangement, height wise, we want it to fill parent here. That means it will fill the whole height of the phone. So we press OK. As you can see, it fits the whole height of the phone. Then again, we click vertical arrangement and we want to width-wise fill the parent as well, which means the whole width of the screen will be filled as well with the vertical arrangement. Once we've done that, we want to also center align. Well, at first, let's change the text for button to what is suitable for the mobile application. So for text for button, let's change the text here. We click button, we go to properties of button 1, and we scroll down to where we can change the text, which is text here. And in the text, we want it to say tab or surprise. This is the button the user will tap in order to view their surprise. So we tap for surprise, and once we do that, we can customize our button into anything we like. So let's change, for example, the font size to 20. Let's change the handwriting to bold, and let's make the button fill the whole width of the screen. So to do that, we go to width and we click fill parent, and this will fit the whole width of the screen. And we can change the shape of the button as well by scrolling down to where it says shape. Click here, and let's say we want it rounded, right? And we can change the color as well. Let's say we want the text inside the text color to be white. We look for white, and let's say we want the color of the button to be red. So we go to background color of button 1. Remember, make sure you're selecting the correct component. Click red, and now our button is there and it is red. Right? Now for our image, the image that we want to show up here, we have to first upload our media before we can choose what we want our image to be. So in order to upload our media, under designer screen, there's a tab under components that says media. We click upload file here, and we go here and we choose file. And the file that I want to choose for our image is the surprise picture here. We open it, we select it, and we click OK. And that will be our image for our mobile application. Then also we want to upload the file for our sound. So we click upload file again, choose file, and the sound we want is the surprise sound file, this MP3 file, and we click OK. Now that we've uploaded our media, we can join it to our respective components. So for image 1, let's also rename image 1 to surprise, just so that when we do the programming of the application, we know which component we are talking about. So image 1, let's change it to surprise box. That's the image. And button 1, we can leave button 1 as button 1 really. And then player, we can also leave player as it is. So for surprise box, we now want to add our image there. How do we do it? We click surprise box. Then under properties for surprise box, we go to where it says picture. Here it says none. That's because there's no picture under the image yet. So we click there and we choose the one that we're going to pick, which is the surprise.jpg. click that one there and press OK. And this should display our picture. Now, as you can see, it's totally zoomed out. So to fit it in, how do we do it? We go to the height of the image, and let's say we want to fill parent so that the height of the image fits the height of the screen. And then also at the same time, we do the same for the width. And this should align it well. There we go. Now we have our image in place. And once it's like this, remember, we do not want the image to be visible when the user opens the application. So to do that, in order to make that work, we have to make sure that the screen should not show the picture yet. And to do that, under image, we untick the visible box, meaning it's not visible at first. So which means this is how the screen is going to look like when the user opens the application. Also, it's a bit weird to have a button at the top. Let's drag it down to the middle. How do we do so? Since the button is inside the vertical arrangement, we click vertical arrangement and we align the button horizontally to the center, and also we align the button vertically to the center. This should bring it down to the center. So now that we've edited our button and edited our image, we need to work on our player. So we click player here, and the player should be inside the vertical arrangement. By doing this, we can drag the player into the vertical arrangement. All right, so once that is done, we go to the left-hand side and we click on source. We can see that for our player, we have nothing under the source. So we click here and we say we want to put the surprise MP3 and click OK. And let's say we want the volume to be a bit loud. Let's put it at 70. Now you can choose your audio to loop if you want to, meaning it will repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat itself. But in this case, we just want it to play one time. So we leave that as is. So now that we've edited for our player, we've designed our player, we've designed our surprise box, and we've designed our button, this is how the screen is going to look like when the user opens the application. Now that we've set it out the way we want to move on to the blocks and program the application such that when the user taps surprise, the image will now show and the sound will play at the same time. And also we want to change the writing in the button to change from tap for surprise to just say surprise, right? How do we do that? So which means once the user taps for surprise, the image will be visible, the sound will play, and the button will just change. The text in the button will just change from tap for surprise to just surprise. So we go to our blocks. And first, we want to deal with the button. So we go to button. And we want to say when button 1 is clicked, what must the application do? The application must set the surprise box to be visible. So we go to surprise box and we look for set surprise box to visible. Put it in here, and we want the visibility to be true, meaning that to confirm that we want the surprise box to show up once the button is clicked. So far we are saying when button 1 is clicked, the application should make the surprise box visible, and it should be true, meaning it should be visible. Then also we want to set the player to play the sound, and how do we do this? We click on player, and we look for call player to start, which means the sound will play. And then at the same time, once the image has been displayed and it's visible, and once the sound plays as well, we also want the button, the text in the button, to change to say surprise. How do we do that? We go and click on the button here, and we look for set text in button. So we scroll down and we look for set text in button, bring it up here to join the rest of them, and we want the text in the button to be set to surprise. So we look for string, the string block under text. This string block allows us to type in whatever we want to be displayed in the text box of the button. So here we wanted to say surprise with an exclamation mark. And that is basically the programming for this application. So what we are saying is, if we go back to Designer, when the user opens the application, this is the screen that will be initialized as soon as they open their screen. And when it does, we want them to tap for surprise, and when it does, we are saying when button 1 is clicked, then the surprise box should be visible, and we set it to true to confirm that we want it to be visible. And at the same time, we want the player to start playing the sound, and at the same time we want the button, the text in the button, to now change to surprise. So let's open our emulator and see and prove that this programming works. So how do we do that? We go to connect at the top left corner, click connect. Remember, if you are connecting to if you're linking your mobile device, we use the AI companion app, and you scan the QR code, or you can scan the barcode in order to link your mobile device to your computer. If you're using the emulator, make sure you've downloaded the correct software for the emulator, and always make sure before you connect your emulator that your starter program has been opened and is ready to connect. So I'm going to connect the emulator. In this case, I've already opened my starter program. Here it is. We just minimize it for now, and we click connect, and then I click emulator. And now we wait for the emulator to load up. Remember, it may take a bit of time for the software to load up, but please be patient. Now that we are here, we can see the emulator is showing an exact reflection of what we've been doing on our viewer, which is what we wanted. We wanted the app to initialize without showing the image in the beginning. Now, under blocks, we said that when button 1 is clicked, which we're about to do, we should set the surprise box to be visible, and also the player should start playing its sound, and also the text in the button should change from tap for surprise to just surprise. So let's see if that will work once we click the button. So we have our emulator here. I hope the sound plays and you can hear it as well. But anyways, without further ado, let me tap the button. So once I tap the button, we want to see that the image will be displayed and that the sound will play, and that also the button will change text from tap for surprise to just surprise. So let's test that out. I hope you heard that. As you can see, the image is now visible once we tapped, and the text in the text button here has changed from tap for surprise to surprise. So this is the surprise. And the sound player, if you heard it, it played the sound. Now, if you want to do this experiment, this tutorial by yourself, please feel free to do it as many times as you want and follow the steps that I have been showing you, and I'll guarantee you you'll get the exact same results. So without further ado, this is the end of tutorial 4 called Tap for a Surprise. This is how the designer screen looks, and a last look at the block screen here. And yes, this is basically it for our tutorial 4. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will be working on tutorial 5, which is about odd and even numbers. So we are going to create an app that can check and verify whether a number is odd or even. So right away, let's get started. So we open our Google search browser and then we type in MIT App Inventor. Press enter and we go and open the page. Click here. And then at the top right corner, we go to create apps. And make sure you are logged in. So you log in with your email address and your respective password, and then it'll bring you to the home page where you can click continue. And then since we are starting a new project, we go up here to projects, click projects, and click start new project. And we call this one tutorial 5 project underscore tutorial 5 and click OK. This will bring us to a fresh new clean page where we can start working on our project from scratch. So for this tutorial 5, we will need a text box where the user will put in the number that they want to check, and then we will need a button which they can click on once they're ready to check whether the number is odd or even. And then we'll need a label, an empty label. And why it's going to be empty is because when we're going to program the label to then say whether the number is odd or even. So this is what we need so far. Then we can put another label at the top, and this label at the top will just give a name to what is being displayed on the screen. So for this label, we can change it to something like odd and even number checker, something like that, right? And then we can put it in bold. We can make it a bit bigger. maybe 20. Let's see. Nice. Okay, and we can make it fill the whole screen. So we go to width. This will determine the width of the label, and we can say fill parent, and this will stretch it across the screen. And then the text alignment, we can push it to the center, click center, and as you can see, this has now pushed the label to the center here. And then if you want to change your text color, you can also change your text color as well. I think black is fine for now, or should we put blue? Maybe yeah, let's leave it at black. And then for the text box, we can also push this to the center. How do we do it? We can push everything to the center by clicking on under components, we click screen 1. Once we click screen 1, we can align everything in screen 1 to move horizontally to the center, like that. And look how that looks. We can even align it vertically to the center, meaning it'll go down. Everything will be pushed down, but pushed down to the center. So align vertical to the center. If you want it at the bottom of the screen, you click again, you click bottom. If you want it at the top, you click top. If you want it at the center again, you click center. I think we can leave it at the center like this. So back to our text box. This is where the user is going to be putting in the number that they want to check, right? And usually this hint, it will be transparent when the app is opened. Not exactly transparent, but it will show before. This will be some text that will pop up when the user opens the app. If you want, you can remove it so that it stays empty even when you open the app, like that. So we can just remove it. And then the text color, we can leave it as black, and we can put the text alignment inside to center, so when they type, it'll be towards the center. And we can set the text box to be numbers only, meaning that the user can only type in numbers only numbers, right? And that is basically it. If you want to change the background color of your text box, you can go up at the top here and change it to any color you want. That is up to you. If you change it to yellow, that's fine. And then we can change the text color inside to black, leave it at black, that's fine. Then that's it for text box. So we've done the top label, we've done text box 1, and now let's edit text for button 1. So text for button 1 is going to be the button we click when we want to check whether the number is odd or even. So we can call this text, the button in the text, we can say check. This would mean once we've typed our number here, we click check so that the app can check whether the number is odd or even. And then in the text for label here, actually, if you want, you can change your check button to any color you like. So let's change it to, let's say, red. Yeah. And leave it like that. Then text for label, we want to leave it empty because in here we're going to type in, we're going to program the app to insert here whether the number is odd or even. So we can leave the text for label empty for now. We can leave it empty. this is all basically what we can do for the screen page. If you want to change the background color of the screen, that is up to you. You go to components, you click screen 1, and then you can even change the color to whatever you want. It is up to you. Background color, you change it to blue if you want. You can change it to red if you want, but that wouldn't make sense because our button is already red. So let's avoid that. You can change it to magenta. We can leave it like this. And then again, if you still want to change the colors of your other buttons, the button here, the text box here, it's up to you. We can still change this back to white and leave it like that if you want. And then also for screen 1, if you want to label screen 1, that is up to you. You can call it whatever name you want to call it. Let's call it number checker, for example. Remember, you can customize however you want. So here from screen 1, it's now changed to number checker. So that is up to you. So now that we were done with the design of the app, now we move on to the blocks. So from designer, we click on blocks. And if you want, remember again, we can also label these components to whatever we want, right? Whatever we want. That is up to you. So if you want to change your text box 1 to rename it to any number, you just click on text box and you rename it to whatever you want. For now, I think it's basically fine. But if you want to change, if you want to rename your components, please do so to whatever fits you. Right, so let's move on to blocks. We click blocks. Our viewer is empty, so we can start right away. So before we design our blocks, we need to have an idea of how we want this app to work. If we go back to designer, how this is going to work, we want to say when this button is clicked, when button 1 is clicked, as you can see, if I put my mouse there, it shows button 1. The check button is called button 1. So when button 1 is ticked, we want the text here, well, since we've set it to numbers only, we want the number in here to be checked by the app and determine whether it's odd or an even number. So as soon as we type in the number here and we press check, where this label is, label 1, we want this label to let us know whether the number is odd or even. So how it will be initiated is when the button is clicked. First, the user has to type, then the button has to be clicked, then the app will determine whether the number is odd or even. So we go back to blocks and we want to look at the button. So we click the button and we look for the right block to use. We want to use this one when button 1 is clicked. And we want to say if the number in the text box is even, then the label should say the number is even. If the number in the text box is odd, then we want to say that the label should state that it is an odd number. So this will use an if-else block. So the if-else block are found on control blocks. So let's look for if, then else. Bring this here, right? So what we want to say is, if we know in maths An even number is any number that can be divided by 2 with no remainder. So if a number can be divided by 2 and there's no remainder, meaning the remainder is 0, then we know that's an even number. So let's put that concept, that statement, into a block-based program. So what we're saying is, if this is a math, this is to do with math, so we go to the math blocks and we look for here modulo of. We drag this out, and we also want to drag the equal sign out. I will show you why. We need this as well. So first we want to insert this here, and we want to say here whatever is here, meaning if we divide a number by 2 and it's equal to 0, if we divide a number by 2 and the remainder is equal to 0, then it is an even number. So to do that, we bring this block here, the one with the equal sign, and firstly, to make it an even number, we want to say, when we put this inside and we say the remainder of, we change this to remainder of, and we want to divide whatever is in the text box, because remember, the text box is where the user is going to put their number, is going to type in their number. So we want whatever is in the text box, right? We want the text in the text box. So we click text box here and we look for text in text box and drag it out here. The text in the text box should be divided by 2. Why 2? Because even numbers can be divided by 2. So we drag this out and put this here. So we are saying the text in the text box should be divided by 2, and its remainder should be equal to 0 if we want the number to be even. So we drag this one out, right? So once again, we are saying when button 1 is clicked, if the remainder of what is written in the text box divided by 2 is equal to 0, then we set the label 1. Remember that label under the checkbox, under the button? That label is what is going to be used to determine, to type in whether the number is even or odd. So that label is called label 1. We can even double check by going to designer, and this, can you see it's been selected here? This is where we want it to be written, even or odd number. So this is called label 1. So we want label 1 to state that it would be an even number since we are dividing by 2 and the remainder is 0. So we click label 1 and we are saying set label 1. We're saying set the text, excuse me, set the text in label 1, bring it here, to say that it is an even number. So we go to the text blocks. Why? Because we want the text in the label 1 to type out the words even number. So here so far, once again, we're saying when button 1 is clicked, button 1, if we go back to designer, is this check here. When button 1 is clicked, we are saying if the text inside the text box, meaning this text here, this is where the user is going to type in their number. If the text inside the text box 1 divided by 2 gives a remainder of 0, then that means it is an even number, which means we want to then set the text in label 1, which means here you want to set it to say it is an even number, or else, meaning that if it doesn't give a remainder of 0, then it is obviously an odd number because it's either one or the other. So if the remainder is 0, it is an even number. If it is not, meaning else, then we set the text inside this label 1. We duplicate this part. We want to set the text in label 1 to now say odd number. And that is basically it. We can go through this again. We are saying, if we go back to designer, we have our front page here. We have our label here. This is the label of what the app is all about. And we are saying we have this text box here where the user will type the number. We have a check here and we have a label here. Right, so we go back to blocks and we are saying when button 1 is clicked, meaning when the checkbox is clicked, if the text inside the text box, when you divide by 2, gives a remainder of 0, then that is automatically an even number, which means we will set the text inside label 1 to now say the number is an even number. Or else, meaning if not, the remainder of the text in the text box divided by 2 is not equal to 0, if it is the opposite of this, then we set the text in label 1 to odd number. And that is how you do the odd and even number checker. Now let's try and, if you can, let's try and connect our mobile devices or our emulators, depending on what you use, to determine whether this will work. And make sure if you have your mobile device, you have the AI companion app on your mobile device so that you can connect to the software. If you have an emulator, make sure you start up the starter program first and then connect. I think in this example, I will use the starter, the emulator to connect by emulator. So let's do that. So if you want to connect to your emulator, we first launch up the starter program, which should have already been installed in your computer. If you do not remember how to install the emulator into your computer, there's a video about it. Video number should be video number 3 of the course, should show you how to start up your emulator link to the software. So once you click your starter program and open it, we can minimize it here and we go to connect. Click connect. If you're using mobile device link, you will click AI companion. If you're using the emulator, you just click emulator. And here it says starting the emulator, so you just wait patiently. Right, so our emulator is starting up. We wait patiently. Can bring this up here. Alright, the app is loading. Right, so the app inventor is loading up. Right, so here on our emulator, you can see we have the exact copy of what we have been working on our viewer here on the MIT App Inventor software. As you can see, it's a clear reflection of what we were working on. Here at the top, we have number checker, like what we did. We have our pink screen, which is how we edited it. We have our label here, odd and even number checker. We have our text box here, which is also here. We have our check button here, which is also here. And then we have our invisible label here under the check button, which will only display text once we've typed in a number. So let's give it a shot. So here in the text box, we are the user. Let's type in any number. For example, let's type in an even number. Let's type in 12. We know 12 is an even number. So let's see if we click check, it will let us know whether it's an even number or not. There we go, even number, which means it's correct. Let's try again with a different number. Let's give an odd number, like 17. 17 is an odd number, so let's type in 17 and see what happens when we press check. It's an odd number. So which means it's clearly working, and we can type as many numbers as we want. Let's say 90. 90 is an even number. Yes, it shows here it's an even number. How about 65? 65 is an odd number. Let's see. Check, odd number. So which means our work here is basically done, because our application now works no matter what number we put in. 34, again, check, it's an even number, which is correct. We can check again and say 55, that should be an odd number. Check again, it says odd number. So yeah, basically that's how we do our odd and even number checker. This is all for tutorial 5. If you misunderstood anything along the way, please do rewind back and check back where you missed out and go through it again. And you can practice this as many times as you want. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your time. And I'll see you hopefully in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I will not be teaching you anything further as we have come to the end of our course. Congratulations to you and your hard work and your effort for going through all these videos and managed to reach the end successfully. Once you've gone through all the 26 videos above, I guarantee you have the correct information and the correct knowledge in order to create your own MIT App Inventor application. But of course, just to give you a recap of what we've basically been doing, remember we have our MIT App Inventor app, and what is displayed to you right now is the designer screen where we create the design of our mobile app. And remember always, to start a new project, we go to the left hand corner and we click projects and we click start new project to start a completely new project. Let's call this one end of course. And click OK, and this will give us a fresh, new, clean working space to work on. Here we have on our left hand side the palette where we choose our components. I hope you do remember that. And then to the next right we have our viewer where it shows the display of our screen. And here at the top, remember we can change our screen to the different sizes that we prefer. We have the tablet size here, we have the monitor size, but throughout the course we've always preferred the phone size, but however you can change to whatever screen size you want. And then to the right again here we have our components. These are the components we have selected from our palette, and in order to select a component we are supposed to click on on the respective component that we want and drag it onto the screen so that it pops up on the screen. And once it pops up on the screen, which is also known as the viewer, it will show here under components what we have selected, in this case the button. And at the bottom here we have our media tab, where we can upload any media files that we have in our computer onto the software itself. Then on the further right we have our properties, and depending on what component we pick, we can change and set properties or the different attributes of the components we selected. We can change font size, font handwriting, we can change the background color of whatever component we picked, we can change the text color, we can change an image color if we choose to disguise, in this case, our button as an image. We can change the height of the button, the width of the button, and so much many more. And this is basically what we have under our designer screen. And remember, here at the top green bar we have screen 1, and this will display the screens that are in our mobile application. And if we want to add screens, we can always click add screen here and give our screen a name. And once we do, if we want to remove the screen, there's also this option available to remove the screen. And remember, if you want to connect your application to your mobile device or an emulator, we can always come here, click connect, and if you want to connect to our mobile device, we click AI Companion, and we have to make sure our mobile device has the AI Companion app in order for your mobile device to link to the software. If you want to connect using an emulator, we have to make sure we've downloaded the correct software onto our computers in order to start up the emulator, also known as the starter program. Once we've downloaded the starter program and opened it, we can minimize it and have it running in the background so that we can be able to use our emulator that will be linked to our web browser in order to display our mobile application onto the screen. And we can also connect using a USB if you want. Here's options to reset the connection if you want to, and so on and so forth. And we have other options that we can choose here. We have the help button here, and usually the help, if you want to find out which version of the MI App Inventor you have in your computer, and we have to make sure it matches with the one in our mobile device so that they sync in well. And to always check your projects, you can always click My Projects, and when you click My Projects, it will take you to all the projects that you have in your account, and you can pick any of them depending on which one you want to continue or resume your work that you were working on. Now back to our end of course project, we click here. We have our designer. Once we are done with our designer, remember under palette as well, we have the user interface where we can pick whatever components we want. Also, we have our layout here where we can pick the layout of how we want to arrange our components. We have media where we can click what media we want to add into our application. In the course, we discussed adding a player, we discussed adding sound, we discussed adding image picker, and so on and so forth. We also have sensors, drawing, animation, maps, storage, all of this and many much more. Once we are done with the designer, where we've designed how we want our mobile app to look like, we go on to the blocks. And remember, with the blocks, this is where we do the programming of our mobile application. This is where we work out the behavior of how we want our mobile application to work. And on the right hand side here, we have our blocks, and we have our control blocks here, where you have if blocks, if else blocks. We have as well as for loop blocks. All of these blocks you can use for control of how you want your mobile application to work. We also have logic blocks where we have our true, false, not, equals, and, or. We have our math blocks to do with math only, numbers, integers, hexadecimal numbers, binary numbers, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, all things and everything to do with numbers. We have them under the math blocks. Under the text blocks, we have where we can insert strings of words and numbers depending on what you want to do, where we can join text or numbers, where we can calculate, where we can even find the length of characters within a string. All these blocks are here at your disposal depending on how you want to set up your mobile app. We have lists as well where we can create a list, we can make empty lists, we can make a new list, shopping list, anything you want to come up with or insert in your mobile application. We can replace items from a list, we can remove items from a list, we can insert items into a list depending on what you want to do. And then everything dictionaries as well. We have the dictionary blocks here in dark blue. We have colors meaning we can change our text boxes, for example, to a certain color, our screen backgrounds to a certain color, our text color to a certain color. Here we choose under colors however we want to set them out to be, and also we can customize our own color, meaning making the colors that we want for our mobile app application components. Then we have variables as well, which are these orange boxes here, and you usually have initializing. We can initialize local variables, we can initialize global variables depending on what you want to do for your mobile application. And lastly, we have procedures, where in cases where we have a lot of blocks filling up the screen, a lot of processes happening, we can reduce that into a certain procedure so that it makes it easier to program our application. And then also we have buttons we have blocks for our components. For example, we have the button here, and we can use any of the blocks here that are specifically set for our component here, which is button. Here we can have image of the button, we can set the image of our button to whatever we want, and so on and so forth. We have text and button here, we can set the text in our button to whatever we want, and so on and so forth. And this is what we have on blocks. And remember, when we drag a block, we can always delete if we don't need it anymore by sending it here to the trash. Or if we want the same block to be displayed twice, we can bring our block here and we can right click and we can choose to duplicate the block, which will make another copy of the block, or we can choose to collapse the block, disable the block, add a comment, delete the block. It is up to you. And this bag right here we can use to store any blocks that we might need to use later. So if I put this in here, and if I click here in this list, I have a variety of blocks that I have saved. So as you can see, I saved the procedure block here, and if I want, I can bring it out. And I don't know if you remember from tutorial, it must be 2, we had a long procedure that we had to deal with for our check boxes and screens. And as you can see, I have saved it here in this bag, and if I want to, since I've saved it, it won't be a problem for me to start again from the beginning because I've already saved it in the bag. So I can easily drag it out and have it back to what it was when I first started working on this procedure. And you can always keep it in the bag, or you can go and delete it in your trash like so. And then here as well, You can delete that if you don't want to repeat your blocks. And also we can always zoom in and zoom out depending on how we want to fit in our blocks into the screen. And that is basically it on how the MIT App Inventor application works. We have our designer here, we have our blocks, and I guarantee you, if you go through all the videos that have been set up for this course, by the end of the 26 videos, you will have the knowledge, you will have all the knowledge you need, all the notes you need in order to create your own mobile app software, your own mobile application. So this is the summary, and congratulations for reaching the end of the course. Hope to see you in a different one, but otherwise take it from me here. You are good to go and hope to see you soon.